Great. So let's start with some recap. Okay, what we have learned in last week. So can anybody tell me about that? What we discussed about last week? Mm-hmm. Anything that you remember?
Storage.
Perfect. We discuss about storage. After that, we discuss about uh, Cosmos DB. Then we discuss about SQL database as well. After that, we also discuss about Azure Synapse Analytics. Before that, we discuss about Databricks. After that, we also discuss about what is meant by data factory. We discuss about little bit discussion on Microsoft Fabric and Microsoft Purview, right? So I'm not listing it over here because we haven't done any demonstration or anything on that. But when to go for the storage account, if you have your local application or anything where you need to just store your information like unstructured data, you can go for the storage account, right? Suppose you are working with SQL databases, and for that you need, this is the relational database as well as this is the strict schema database. So if you need any flexibility in a future with some more features, you can go for the Cosmos database. After that, if you want to do big data kind of things and on that you want to do the computations, you want to manipulate it or anything, just that much work you have, then you can go for only Databricks. If you want to do the integrations, you want to perform some ETL transformations or anything, you want to make the changes on it, combine or whatever you want to do that by using a pipeline, you can go for the data factory. But if you have requirement of each and everything like Databricks as well as data factory as well as SQL pools and all, you can go for Azure Synapse Analytics. Azure Synapse Analytics combines three services in one. So it is three in one. Now, in Azure Synapse Analytics, we have to add data lake services over here, right? As a source part, because we are putting our all kind of data into the data lake. That's why we are having the Microsoft Fabric in a place which is all in one. All in one means what? You can use your SQL DB, you can use your data factory there, you can use your Databricks there, you can use your one lake, which is nothing but storage. Unlimited kind of storage is there, right? So you don't need to create any other services. You will also get the purview. Purview means what? Data governance. If you want to check, if you want to add some access policies or anything, that will be there in Azure, Microsoft Fabric. Okay, just a minute. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, so we have discussed about all these things. After that, what we discuss about service principles, right? Azure Active Directory, or I can say that Azure or Microsoft Entra ID. Now it is called as Microsoft Entra ID. Now on that Microsoft Entra ID, you can create users, groups, service principals, or managed identities. Right? Now, you can create users for your employees or otherwise you can invite the users as well. Same thing for the groups, whatever the users or the anything identity is there, you can create a group of them. Service principal is majorly for outsiders. So if you want to give the permission to any device, any other portal or any other origin or any other cloud or on premises or anything, or any kind of application, you can create the service principal and then provide that client ID, tenant ID, and the secrets for that. Okay. Now, managed identity, we have services, which is called web application, function app, virtual machine, or anything. So if you want to attach identity to the resources, then we have a managed identity. We have two options here. One is a system assigned managed identity and one is user assigned managed identity. System assigned means what? One-to-one communication, which is inbuilt in a resource. So you can enable it and then you can use it. User assigned managed identity means what? You are creating the proxy identity and you are attaching it to the multiple services. So that is what the system assigned and user assigned. After that, we talked about subscription, right? So for the subscription part, we discuss about how we can create the cost alerts, cost budgeting, right? After that, we discuss about what is meant by Azure policy as well as policy initiatives. If you want to create one policy, you can go for Azure policy. If you want to create a bunch of policies, you can go for the policy initiatives. Okay. So these things also we discuss about the RBAC roles. RBAC roles as well as how to create the custom roles and all. Everything we have discussed over here. Even we discuss about the licenses of Microsoft Entra ID. So once we are done, now we are going for our virtual network. Now, what is mean by virtual network and how it will work? So before we are going for anything, first of all, what we need to discuss about the IP addresses. Whenever we are talking about the networking or anything, we have the IP addresses, right? Now, what is mean by IP address? Can anybody tell me about that? Yes. Anyone knows about IP addresses?
Set up some internet data, but
Mm-hmm.
we can say
Perfect. So it is kind of,
Address.
yes, go ahead, Bharat.
Yeah, it's a kind of a mutual connection between two pairs or whatever it is, like a kind of address what we are going to here and there. So kind of in between the network, two ports, kind of two servers, two ports.
Mm-hmm. So that IP address should attach to the server, right?
Yes. Yeah,
So
yeah.
whenever we are accessing anything, for example, we are accessing google.com.
Mm,
In the backend, there is a IP address,
mm,
right? So that is 8.8.8.8.
mm.
Facebook.com, the DNS name is there in front of us, but in the backend, there is a IP address. So to recognize that server which is working behind the scene is IP address, right?
Yes.
Now, another thing in the IP addresses, we have two parts. One is public IP address and another one is a private IP address. Now, whenever I'm talking about the public IP address, so we have a random multiple public IP addresses. So whatever is there instead of the private IP address is a public IP address. Now, what is a private IP address? Private IP address attached to your server internally, right? Internally means what? If you want to do the network join or if you want to connect to any other services or anything, that private IP address is working behind the scene. Now, for that, the IP addresses are fixed. The range of IP addresses are fixed, and you can use that multiple times. Means what? For example, this is my network. I'm using this particular range for private IP addresses. This is not uh, easily accessible for the outsider. Publicly is not available, right? So that other person who wants to create the network, that person also can select the same IP address range. So it is kind of a repetitive in a nature. We can do that because it is only privately available. but publicly available. So if I have this particular public IP address, it means this is unique IP address. No one else will get that public IP address, right? So like that. Now, inside the private IP address, there are multiple classes. So we have class A, class B, class C, class D, and class E. Now, out of that class A, B, C, only three we can use, right? Only three we can use. Now, the famous one is class A, which range from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. Now, what is mean by that? Because IP addresses, right now we are talking about 32 bit. 32 bit means what? It is 8 bit dot 8 bit dot 8 bit dot 8. It means if I can do that 2 raised to 8 is equal to 256. It means it will go from 0 to 255. This is the range. Okay. So understand that. So that's why it will go from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. Another range we have is 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255. You don't need to remember all these things. It is already available on your internet as well. So if you can just search for INA, which is Internet Assigned Number Authority. So you will get all these classes and you will get all these private IP addresses, right? So you can utilize that. After that third one, 192.168.0.0 till we can go for 192.168.255.255. Now, what is the IP address for D and E? It is private. So they will not give us that private IP address because this is for the multicasting and this is for the research purpose or the scientific purpose. So no one can use it. So those who are only working in that sector, they can have the access on these IP addresses, right? Now, for us, this is the one, right? For us, we have class A, B, and C. So we can utilize that. Now, you can see that this is 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. It means what? You can go from 0.0.0 to, if I'm talking about this part only, to 10.0.0.255, right? It means I can create 255 servers in between, right? After that, again, it will go for 10.0.1.0 to 10.0.1.255. So like that, it will go up to 255. After that, this will go up to 255, right? So it is a huge amount. So we are getting a huge level of networking availability, right? Now, once we are getting that, this subnet will also come with, let's go for the subnetting. Now, what is mean by that? So network means what? It is private networking means what? It is kind of your isolation. So like we have our societies, right? In that society, we have so many flats. So you can consider as this is my virtual network or this is kind of my plot. So this is my virtual network. So let's say, suppose this is my virtual network and this is something like 1 acre or 2 acre plot. In between that, there are multiple buildings, right? There are multiple buildings and that buildings are having some flats. Flat is nothing but your servers, right? And these buildings means what? These buildings are nothing but subnets. Now subnet means what? Suppose you are taking pizza, a complete pizza, right? It is kind of a circular in a nature. So if you have that pizza, you can't eat it easily. So to eat it easily, you need to divide it in some parts, okay, so that you can have it. Same thing for the bread as well. You need to cut it down. It means you need to chop in some slices and then you can have it. So similar to like that, VNet, in that networking, we have 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255 access. This is kind of a range, but we can't have each and everything at one shot, right? So that's why what we are doing, we are dividing them into the multiple subnets. So this is my subnet 1, this is my subnet 2, this is my subnet 3, and this is my subnet 4, like that, right? Now, what is the purpose of it? First part, we are chopping it down so we can easily manage the things. Another thing, we can control the things like firewalls, their access levels, each and everything we can easily control. So that's why we need dividation in this complete range. Okay. Now, how we can divide it? How we can define that, okay, this is your part, this is your part, this is your part, this is your part. So, to divide these things, we have subnet mask. We have subnet mask, and subnet mask will say that how many of them are for the network and how many are them for the host. Means how many hosts, how many servers you can attach. So if I am saying that 10.0.0.0 slash 24 slash 24 is your subnet mask, right? So it means your 8.8.8.8, right? 8 bit dot 8 bit dot 8 bit dot 8 bit, right? So out of that, if you can addition for this, it is 32, right? 32 bit. Now out of that 32 bit, you need to mask 24 bits. 24 bits means what? This much. So I'm masking this. So this is the mask. It means these are my network bits. And after that, this is my host. It means that I can go from 10.0.0.0 to 10 dot. Here I can't do anything because this is mask. Here also I can't do anything because this is mask. But here this is my host. So I can start from 0 to 255. It means I can create 256. 0 to 255 is 256 host. Understood?
Yes,
This
so this
much?
is for IPv4, and for IPv6, what will be the subnet mask? That will be for 64 digital.
64 digit, the subnet mask will be different. So we need to check on that because for virtual machines, still they are using IPv4 only, not IPv6. Okay. All right. Now you understood this one. Now, suppose for example, this is my subnet 1. Suppose this is my subnet 1. Now, if I can go for subnet 2, subnet 2 will be my 10.0.1 because this is a network, right? So this is my another network and 0 slash 24. So now how it will work? It will go from 10.0.0, sorry, 1.0 to 10.0.1.255. So like that, this is my subnet 2. Now, how to understand that? Okay, this is my subnet 1. After that, immediately, this is my subnet 2. But how network will understand that, okay, this is part of subnet 1, this is part of subnet 2. Because we have not added any start point and end point. So to do that, starting and ending properly for the subnets, we are reserving, or I said that, I will say that Azure will reserve your 5 IP addresses. 4 from the start and 1 from at the end. Now, 4 from the start means what? This is your 10.0.1.1. After that 10.0.1.2, then 10.0.1.3 and 10.0.1, 2 and 3. Yes, okay. This is also a 1, right? So let me just cancel this, right? This is the first one, second, third and fourth. Fourth, after that at the end 10.0.1.255. This is the fifth one. So the first one is reserved for the network address. So which is my starting point. Second, first, so we have that this is the one, right? Second will be for default gateway. So if you are adding any kind of a gateway, that will be attached to this private IP address. Another thing, this is the second and third one. So these things are to map Azure DNS IPs to the virtual network space, right? So this is kind of a future use as well. And the last one is for network broadcast address, means this is kind of our ending address. Now how to understand that? Okay, if this is my subnet mask, suppose this is my subnet mask, then how I can understand that these are my host. Host means what? How many servers I can attach. So to do that, there is one simple formula. So you need to just go for number of host is equal to 2 raised to n minus 5. 2 raised to n minus 5. 2 raised to n means what? What is your subnet mask? Right? So now over here, suppose I'm saying that we need to mask 3 or something like that. Suppose for example, let me just do that. Another thing is n. How to calculate n? N you can calculate as per 32 is your total bit and what is your masking? So this is 24, right? Total number of bits minus masking bits is your 8, right? It means 2 raised to n. N is nothing but 8. So I can go like this, 2 raised to 8 minus 5. It means 256 minus 5 is equal to 251. It means I can add host 251, right? So like that you need to do the calculation, but you don't need to do any calculation. You just need to understand. If I can say that 16 or if I can say that 24, 29, something like that, then how it will impact on my networking. So like that you can just create your subnets as well as you can create your address space. Address space is nothing but your virtual network space. So that will be 10.0.0.16 like that, 16 with the subnet masking means what? You can go up to 10.0.1.0 up to 10.0.1.255. Now what is mean by this? This is my network, this is my host, right? It means I have a huge amount. It means I can go up to 255 here. So this is my space. It means everywhere I can create 256, 256, 256, 256 up to 255 times. So which is a huge amount. So on top of that, we are dividing our virtual network in multiple subnets, right? Now, to do that, how we can perform these things? So
Ma'am,
yes,
ma'am,
yes. Go
one
ahead.
thing, ma'am. Maybe I think we consider the naming as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can consider like 5 is the public and remaining all three private network?
5 is a public.
Because of we are broadcasting to outside.
Broadcasting to outside means you are saying this one, right?
Yes.
No, this is just network broadcast address. Means what? It is saying that, or it is triggering that this is the end of this subnet.
Okay.
So this is the starting of the subnet. This is the ending of the subnet. So that we need to tell, because we are starting from here 0.0.0.0 till 0.0.0.255. Again, it is continue for this one 10.0.1.0. Then it will go for 10.0.1.255. So this is in the continuation, right?
Mm.
So we need to break that because we have a subnet for this. So to break that things, first 4 and last 1 IP address is reserved by Microsoft. Okay?
Mostly we will give the, for example, whenever we created a VM, so mostly for accessing that application or VM, so mostly we will give this IP address only, right?
Yes, IP address. So
Yeah.
there are two things. Either you can go for dynamic or either you can go for static.
Static. Yes, yes.
Dynamic means what? Suppose, for example, you choose that 10.0.0.0/24 is your subnet,
Mm.
right? It means here we have 10.0.0.0,
Mm.
1, 2,
Two.
3.
Mm.
So these things are reserved. Now next one is what? 4.
Mm.
So this will be your virtual machine's IP address,
Yes.
private IP address. So this is dynamic.
Mm.
So now if I can say that, okay, this one is masked or
Mm.
this one is reserved. So I want to create my own private IP address. So this is my range, right? I know that.
Mm.
So out of that, I want 10.0.0.10 is my virtual machine's private IP address.
Mm.
That is called static.
Mm.
You can decide.
Yes, yes.
And this is what dynamic.
Mm.
Whatever is available will be,
Picking that
yes,
next availability sequence.
it will do
Mm.
that, right? So
Mm.
like this.
Okay.
Now, another thing, let's start with our demonstration. So to do that, first of all, what we need to create a virtual network. Now, why we are doing all these things for the virtual machine, right? So if you remember, when we have created a virtual machine, that time what happened? It has created its own virtual network, right? After that, it has created its public IP address. Then it has created some NIC card and it has created NSG. Now, one by one, we'll talk about it. So, to create a virtual machine, these networking services are mandatory. Maybe this is optional, but these services are mandatory, right? So, last time we created a virtual machine, and for us, Microsoft has created these services. Now, today, what we are going to do? We are going to first of all create a virtual network. Then we are going to create NSG, public IP address, and then NIC card, right? And then we are going to attach it to our virtual machine, right? We are going to attach it to our virtual machine. So like that, this is our flow, right? So once we understood this, then we are going for the next part. Okay, we have so many demonstrations today. So step by step we are going to do and we are going to understand how to work with that. So let's get started with this. Now, this is my day 5. Okay, so this is the one which I can't delete because vault is there, recovery service vault. So that part we will going to discuss in our last session. Okay, maybe tomorrow we will discuss about the vault as well, right? But right now it is there, and till I'm not deleting all the vaults from here, as well as I'm not doing the soft delete, soft soft lock is also there for 14 days. So till that time, I can't delete this resource. So I'm just using this resource group only. Okay. Instead of creating any other resource group, or else let's create one resource group. That is okay for me. Now to create a resource group, either I can create it first, or let's go for the virtual network directly. See here, we have the virtual network. So let's get inside the virtual network now. Now, first of all, what we are going to do, this is my RG network. So like that, we'll put the naming convention for our resource group. And let's put it in central US only, because we will be putting our virtual network as well over there. So I can say that vnet hyphen central US, and I will put that 1. Okay. Now, why I am doing that, you will get to know about it in the next part. Okay. So this is my first virtual network hyphen central US. That's why CUS is there. Now, after that security, I will not enable any bastion, firewall or anything right now, because we will do it after some time. Okay. Now, here this is my IP address. So for the virtual network, this is your address space, right? So see here, this is your address space. By default, it will give you 10.0.0.0/16. Means what? I can go from, for my subnets. So if it is 10.0.0.0/16, it means these are my networks and these are my hosts, right? So for that, you can see here, this is my default subnet 0.0.0.0 to 0.0.0.0.255, 10.0.0.255/24. It means out of this, see here, it means this is my 16. It means how can I do 10.0.0.0 to 10.0.0.255, right? So this is my first part. Second, I can go 10.0.1.0 to 10.0.1.255. Remember that we can't change these things. Once you mask it, you can't change these two things, right? Now this is my another part. Okay. Up to, it will go up to 255.0 like this. And it will go up to 10.0.255.255. So this is what my range. Now what I wanted to do, I wanted to cut this. I wanted to chop it down. So this is my subnets. So these are my subnets. This is my virtual network, and these are my subnets. So for that subnets, what I need to do, I need to choose 10.0.0.0/24. It means it will go up to 255 only. So for this subnet, I will do N, 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 and then H like that. So you can create your default subnet. You can go for more as well, right? So if you want, you can add multiple subnet, but right now I will not do that, because we will do it after some time. Okay. And then we'll go for review and create. Okay. Now let's create another service, which is called, let me just use this one. So what we did, we created virtual network. Now what we need to do, first of all, either I can go for the public IP address, or I can go for the NSG as well. So let's go for the public IP address. So I will go over here and then search for public IP address. See here, we have the public IP address. Now we need to create one. So I will choose my same resource group. I will choose my same region. Remember one thing, virtual networking or the networking is region specific. So if I am choosing here different region, then I can't attach this public IP address to my virtual machine. Okay. Now, for the naming convention, I can just choose that PIP-1, any name, right? So this is my IPv4, but because still my virtual machines are using IPv4. Standard SKU is okay for me. Zone redundant, I don't want anything. And this is a regional one. So if you want to go global, you can go for it. But right now we are going regional only, right? Now here ideal timeout is this. I don't need to add any other things, and that's it. Simple, right? So let's create one. And see here, IP address assignment right now is static. So if I want to make the changes on it, so where is that static? So it is static only. The time resource is created, released when resource is deleted. Okay. So we'll change that after some time. Okay. And this is my, let's say, global, not required, and then regional. Okay. So this is Microsoft network only, routing preference. Microsoft will take care of it. So we'll do that, the same thing. And then let's go for review and create. And then we're going to create it. So once we are done with the public IP address, then what we need to do? We need to go for the NSG. So now NSG is nothing but your inbound and outbound rules. So if you want to create inbound and outbound rules, if you want to enable something, so you want to you want to tell your virtual machine that you can access this one and anyone can access this one from you. So this is kind of inbound and outbound rules. So it is like that restrictions, or you can say that it will control who can access and how virtual machine can access the things from internet, right? So now for that, what we need to do, we need to create NSG. So this is my network security group. There is one more which is called as application security group. I will give you the heads up on application security group. Okay. So, all right. Now let's create the NSG first. Now for the NSG, again, I will choose the same region and I will put that NSG VNet1, and this is Central US. So we need to remember this name, right? Because we need to attach it. Now let me just review and create it. Simple. Nothing else. So let me just go for create. Now once we start this one, let's go for the NIC card. Now, what is mean by NIC card? So NIC card is nothing but network interface. Now what is mean by network interface first? So let me just create it one and then we'll discuss about that. So I will say that this is my VNet 1 Central US NIC, right? So this is the name, Central US. I will choose the virtual network. So for the NIC card, you have to use your virtual network. After that, here subnet, I will choose. It will create a new one. I don't want. See here, 10.0.1.0/24. I don't want that. I wanted to utilize my default one. And here you can see that 251 IP addresses are available. Because out of 256, 5 are reserved. So I'll go for this default one. Now for this, what you want? Do you want to make it as a dynamic or the public? So for the public IP address, whatever is available, that will be your option. But for the network or for the private IP addresses, you can choose whether you want to go for dynamic or whether you want to go for static, right? And then you can review and create it. Now, NIC card is kind of your connectivity. So if this is my virtual machine, that virtual machine is connected to your NIC card, and that NIC card is connected to your private IP address, and public IP address as well, right? So that NIC card is connector, is kind of connector in between the IP address and the virtual machine. Okay. So it is not mandatory that you need to add only one NIC card. You can add multiple NIC cards as well. So in some of the cases when we need, okay, users will access my this virtual machine by using the private IP address and the public IP address, but I wanted to connect to the another service privately, right? So this is my private service. So if you want to create that connectivity, you can attach another NIC card as well. So that is okay. Now, once we are done with all these things, now we'll go for the virtual machine, right? Now, to create the virtual machine at the first start, you can't select your NSG as well as you can't select your NIC card. Okay. So now let me just create one. So this is my virtual machine. I will put the naming convention as VM1 Central US like this, right? Now this is my Central US. I will also say that VM space VNet1. So this belongs to VNet1 CS. CUS means Central US. Availability zone I don't want. After that I will say that standard, and here I will go for 2025 Azure edition. I will go for 2 vCPU 8 GB RAM, or else I will go for 4 vCPU 16 GB RAM as well, right? So let's go for 4 vCPU and 16 GB RAM because I will be using this virtual machine in my next demonstrations as well. So now let's put that Azure user, and here let me go for okay. All right. So this is one. Now after that, here what you want? Do you want to utilize this NSG? So if you say no, it means it will create the network security group with some by default rules, inbound and outbound rules. If you are selecting this allow selected ports, then it will enable that port as well. But what we need, we have already created a NSG, so we need to delete this one, right? But here there is no option that you can choose your NSG, you can delete this NSG. That option is not there. So what we need to do, we need to create it first, and then we need to cancel this NSG and we need to attach our own NSG. Okay. Now, another thing what we need to do, we need to get inside the networking. Now here it is creating its new network. I don't want new network. Whatever the network is there over here, I want this one. Now in this default network, so see here, when I'm choosing this, see here, now 250 available because one has been taken by NIC card, right? One is already allocated to the NIC card. Now here we need to choose this and then we need to disassociate, or we can attach one more NIC card, right? So here also there is no option that if you already have your NIC card, you can choose it. No, there is no option for it. How to attach all these things, that we are going to understand. Here only you have the option to choose your public IP address. So whatever you have chosen public IP address, that part we can attach. Now what we did here, we can only choose virtual network and the public IP address. So what we have done here, so this is my virtual network is already attached now, and public IP address it attached to my virtual machine. Okay, this part is done. Now this is we need to do after some time. Okay, so now this is done, and then go for directly review and create. So let me create it first. Let's wait for a while. Let me refresh that page. Okay, I need to again choose this one. VM, VNet 1, then Central US only. Standard here, I will choose this one over here instead of this for vCPU. And here I'll go for Azure user. Okay, and here none. After that, here networking. Review and create. Still, it is taking time. Let's wait for a while now. Okay, till that time, let's open that Azure portal from here. It's working now. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's go for the NSG. So here we have the network security group. Let's get inside that network security group. And here you can see by default roles are there. Now these are the roles which are having the priority as well. See here, allow VNet bound inbound. So here we have allow VNet outbound. So this is allowed. Now, why this priority is in thousands, 65,000, 65,001, 0 like that? Because whenever we are adding anything onto that NSG, it will have the highest priority. Highest priority means what? If you have the lowest number, it will be having the highest priority. So if you have one number, then you will be going for one first. If you are having second number, then you will go second. So like that. But for the for this priorities, it will start from 100 onwards. Okay. Now, if I want to add the inbound rules, suppose I wanted to add the inbound rule as RDP, take the RDP. So this will enable my 3389 port, and priority, you can see here, it will go from 100, 200, 300, like that, 301, 302, like that, right? And then name, I will see that allow RDP. So like that, and then let me just go for add. Okay, so I'm just creating my NSG over here because I wanted to attach this NSG in my account, in my virtual machine, right? Now, how to attach it? So to attach your NSG to your virtual machine is not a direct one. You need to attach your NSG to the network services only. So now what are the network services we have? NIC card and subnet, right? So either if you want to apply this rule to all the virtual machines or all the NIC cards are present in that subnet, particular subnet, you can choose your network, you can choose your this one and then click on OK. Okay. So this is the first option. Now, another option we have is network interface. It means you can attach NSG to one by one and network interface card, NIC card. Now, this is one to one. So if my NIC card is already associated with one NSG, I can't associate the another NSG for it. So see here, this is the NIC card which has been created with the help of virtual machine. But this is the one which is standalone NIC card. So I can attach this one and click on OK. But right now, let's do one thing. Let's not do that right away because first of all, let's attach. all the services, and then we're going to add this associate and all these things. So let me just go for my virtual machine. So see here, security rule is there. Now let me go for the virtual machine and let's see. Yes, this is up and running. Now what we need to do? We need to get inside the network setting. Why? Because we know that this is a by default NSG we have. See here, the naming convention, VM, VNet1, CS, NSG, something like that. See here, this NSG attached to network interface of this one. Now what we need to do? Here we have two options. One is attach network interface card. Another one is detach interface card. Now to do perform this option, you need to stop this VM. What you need to stop this virtual machine. So otherwise you can't make the changes on the networking side. Okay. Now, till that time, let's get inside the virtual machine as virtual network as well. Let me go for the virtual network. This is my virtual network. And see here, we have the address space. If you want to change the address space, you can do that. But one more thing you need to remember, to make the changes, if there is a virtual machine attached, so you need to delete that virtual machine. No other services needs in that network. Then and then only you can make the changes onto the address space. Okay. After that, here we have subnets. So from here, you can create subnets as well. See here, I can create another subnet which is having this IP address range. And this is the one. See here, this is my address space. Out of that address space, my subnet address will be starting from 10.0.1.0 because already we have 10.0.0.0 and then /24. /24 means this is my address range. So like that, you can create your multiple subnets and then you can put your virtual machines accordingly. So sometimes what happened, what we are doing, we are creating the virtual network, right? Because we need to control. This is kind of a isolated, right? Now, to do that, in that subnet, let's say some subnets are only managing web servers. So let's say this is my web subnet. And another thing, we have database subnet, right? It means what? Here we have the servers that are acting as a SQL server for me. Here servers, virtual machines are there. They are acting for as a web server for me. So like that, we need to add multiple things. So for that also, you can add a multiple subnets according to that, right? Now let's go for our virtual machine. Now it is up and running. So now once we get inside that, and this is now in the stop mode. Now I can make the changes in my network settings. Now first of all, what I need to make the changes, I need to attach. So already one NIC card is attached, right? I can attach another one as well. As per your requirement, you can attach another NIC card as well. Now here in my virtual machine, there will be two NIC cards for my virtual machine. Now I don't want two NIC cards for my virtual machine, so that I can do one thing. I can detach the previous one. So this is the one, right? So what I can do, I can detach the previous one. See here, VM, VNet1, and this is the one. Now let me just add it. Now my virtual machine is only having NIC card which I have created. And you can see that the IP address is 10.0.0.4, right? Now, suppose if I wanted to go for this NIC card's IP configurations, I can go for it, right? So this is my IP configuration. You can see that 10.0.0.4 and this is dynamic one. So if I want to get inside that and I wanted to make this static one, and instead of this 0.0.4, I will go for 10. I will go for 10. And also I will say that associate this public IP address. And which public IP address? This public IP address with this network, NIC card. And then save. Okay, something went wrong. It is already attached. So let me just go for this. We'll go for the 10.0.0.10 and then save it. Okay. Why it is not taken? Because it is already connected to my another NIC card. So what I need to do, I need to make the changes as well. So see here, this is connected now. This is my new NIC card, right? So this is connected. Now what about NSG? So first of all, what I need to do, I need to get inside my NIC cards. So these are my NIC cards. So this is my previous NIC card, right? In that previous NIC card, you can see that IP configurations are there. So here we have the IP configuration and this is 10.0.0.0. And here you need to disassociate. Why we need to disassociate this? Because from the new NIC card, we need to associate it back, right? And then save it. Now, once we save this, I will go for my new NIC card, which is already attached to my virtual machine now. Then I can go for this one and now I will choose PIP and then save it. Now it is done. Otherwise, it throws that error, right? Now what happened here? So now my NIC card is attached to public IP address as well, right? And then it is attached to virtual machine. Now, NSG. NSG also needs to attach to my NIC card or at least to my subnet, right? Either this one or either this one. So we'll go for this one. Now let's go for my NSG. Let's go for NSG. This is my network security group, right? And this is my previous NSG. You can see here, this is my previous NSG. So what I want, these are the things already there. And these are the things attached to my virtual machine. So what I need to do, I need to disassociate. So see here, subnet, it is not associated by using the subnet. NIC card, let me just go for NIC card and see here. This is associated to my VM, VNet, this one. So what I can do, let me just go back and do we have the option to delete it? Disassociate. Here. So let me just disassociate because I'm not going to use this NSG anymore, right? So I can just choose that. Now go to the NSG, which is new one and which I want to attach to my virtual machine, which having that allow RDP. Now how I can attach it? By using the subnet, I can do that, right? Either I can go with the network interface card or I can go for the directly subnet. So I will go for subnet. Done. And now I can go for my virtual machine. This is my virtual machine. And here, if I can go for my network settings, so you can see that my private IP address is 10.0.0.10. Let me just refresh this page. See here. Now you can see, and it is attached to new NSG, which we have created, right? So this is allow RDP. If you remember, we have added that rule. Now, once we are done, we are ready to go. Now, let me copy this IP address. So this NIC card is connected with that public IP address and the private IP address. Now, let me copy this. And now, let me just take the RDP of it. Now, to take the RDP of it, let me just okay, let me choose my Microsoft apps. Yes, Windows apps. Let me take this over here. And then let me add PC. So in your Windows virtual machine, you can directly go for it. You can just search for the RDP and it will open this one. Okay. But for me, I'm using Mac, so I need to work with this one. So I need to add the credentials. Then it is Azure user and then password. Okay. And then optional, I don't need, and then add. So this is gateway and all these things. No, I don't want that, and add this PC, right? Now, let me just check if I can delete this. So this is my previous one. So I will cancel that. Now, just click on that and then connect. Let's see. Okay, we couldn't connect to the remote PC. Make sure PC is turned on. Sorry. I need to start that PC first. So let me just start my virtual machine. Okay, so this is how we can attach our virtual machine to our public IP address, NIC card, NSG, and VNet. Okay, so is this clear how it works? Yes? Is this clear, team? Quick confirmation. Yes? Shubham, Bharat.
Yes.
I know this is something little bit tricky, but once you start the demonstration, once you do it by yourself, then you will get to know about it. It is easy only, but it needs some practice. Okay. Now, let me just go for this. What we did, this is my virtual network. Okay. So this is my virtual network name as VNet 1. And this is Central US. Okay, I'm just creating one virtual network with Central US. I will going to create another virtual network VNet 2 again in Central US. Okay, and another thing, I will create another third one virtual network for VNet 3 in, let's say, West US, right? That will be the one, right? Now, why we are going to create three virtual network, that part we will going to understand one by one. Okay. Now, so this my first virtual network has subnet. It is already having subnet, which is called as, I will say that subnet, right? And that subnet is already having one virtual machine, which is VM1 CUS, something like that, right? So this is my virtual machine and this is having that public IP address. So how to cancel that, how to disassociate the public IP address and all that part also we are going to understand now. Okay. This is virtual machine. Let me just go back to my where is my, this one. Let me just open this. Yes. So this is Windows operating system in my Mac OS now. So my virtual machine. Just wait for a while. It will take some time for the first. Let's wait. Okay, accept. Done. Let me check. Okay, close this. Let's get inside the local server. And here I need to off this. Okay. Now, okay. Now, once we are done, let me close this window of the server manager. Let me make this okay. All right. Now, let me just open my Microsoft Edge. Just I wanted to show how we can use our virtual machine. Okay. So this is my Microsoft Edge. Let me just open this. It is not opening. No, it will work now. Without data, confirm, continue. Continue without Google data, confirm and start browsing. Now from here, if I can go for next one and I'll search for AG 104 exam. Okay, if I want to search for it, then I can get inside that and I can access it. Okay, so understood this. Let me just close this now. So this is it, my virtual machine and all. So let me close my virtual machine as well because we need it in our next part. Okay, so let me close this complete RDP. We will take that RDP again in our next part. Okay, so now what is next? What we need to do next? So this is my another virtual network that we need to create, and this is my third virtual network that we need to create. Okay, now suppose my virtual machine is not having the public IP address. Or let's suppose, first of all, let's say that this is my one virtual network. I can say that this is a isolation. Isolation is there, but these are the subnets which are present in my virtual networks are interconnected with each other. Means they can talk with each other. Ping and pong operation. They can talk with each other. But what about the next virtual network? If there is a second virtual network and if there is a subnet, right? We have the subnet over here, and if there is a virtual machine, then that virtual machine can't talk with this virtual machine because there is a isolation. Virtual network 2 is not connected to my virtual network 1. Right? Same thing for the virtual network 3 as well. If there is a subnet, and there is one virtual machine. So this is my subnet, right? And this is my another subnet. If there are multiple subnets, then I'm not able to access it, right? Because there is a isolation. Now, what if suppose this is my one virtual network which is holding all the web servers, this second virtual machine which holds all my SQL servers. So they need to connect with each other, right? So if I wanted to do that, or if I want to first virtual machine needs to talk with other virtual machine which is present in the another virtual network, then I need peering. What I need? I need peering, right? Which is called as a network peering. So that this virtual network can talk with another virtual network, right? Now, if this is a central US and this is also a central US, then this is called as a normal peering. Okay. The procedure and everything is same, but this is called as normal peering. Now, this is a central US and this is West US. then this peering is called global peering. What is that? This peering is called global peering. And you need to add each and everything. So if I want to make sure about that, all three virtual networks should connect or should talk with each other. Should talk with each other, right? All the virtual machines should talk with each other. Then I need to connect VNet 1 to VNet 3, then VNet 2 to VNet 3, and VNet 1 to VNet 2. So like that. These things that we need to create, right? Now, first of all, let's create the peering. So before that, creating the peering, we are done with this part, but we need to create a VNet 2 and then we need to create VNet 3 as well. After that, we'll think about the subnets and then virtual machine. So this will be my VM2 and this will be my VM3. Okay. Now let's go back to our portal and let's create some more virtual networks. So I'll create, this is my VNet 1 Central US. I will create another one. Let's put it in the same VNet 2 and this is also in Central US. Okay, Central US only, but here IP address. Make sure about that you are not using the same IP address as your VNet 1. So see here, for my VNet 1, the IP address is 10.0.0.0/16. So if I'm using the same one over here, then I can't do the peerings. Same address space with same address space will not work for the peering. So what I need to do, I need to go for 10.0. Or I can say that 1.0.0/16, right? So like that, this is my another virtual network. For this virtual network, what I can do, 10.2.0.0/16. So I'm just fixing it, okay? So here I will do one thing. Instead of this one, I will go for 10.1.0.0/16. Okay. And then review and create. So let's create one. So this is my VNet 2. Now I need one more virtual network. So I'll go for my virtual network and create one more. So I'll go for the same resource group. I will choose VNet 3 and this will be West US. So instead of the Central US, now I wanted to choose West US 2. Let's go for the West US 2. Okay. Now for the IP address, here I will go for 2. Okay. 10.2.0.0/16 and this is my default subnet. Now let me just create that. Done. See here. This will be my West US 2. Okay. This is done. Now once we are done, we need to talk about the pairings. So this is my global pairing. This is my global pairing and this is my normal pairing. There is no change in procedure. There is nothing change. Just the naming conventions are changed. Okay. Now, once we are ready with all three virtual networks, now you can get inside any one of the virtual network. So I will go for this virtual network. And then what I can do, this is my address space and here we have peering option. Right? Here we have peering option. Now what I need to do, I need to add. Now what I can do, instead of this part, I will not do this 2 and 3. I will not do this. Instead of that, I will just connect VNet 1 to VNet 2 and VNet 1 to VNet 3. That's it. That is sufficient. Okay. So what I can do here, I will go for peerings. And here I will say, right now I am inside my VNet 1 and Central US, right? So I will say that VNet 1 to VNet 2. right? So this is only a single direction. It will connect from VNet 1 to VNet 2. But it should be a bidirection as well. VNet 2 wants to connect to VNet 1. So this is the second part. See, in the same Go itself, you are creating VNet 1 to VNet 2 and VNet 2 to VNet 1, like that. Two pairings we are going to create. Now here we need to choose VNet 2. Here I am selecting VNet 2 to VNet 1. So like that. And once we are done, we are going for add. Now, there are other options as well. See here, allow VNet 1 Central US to receive forwarded traffic from the VNet 2. So if you want to enable that, you can enable it. Another thing we have is allow gateway. So this is the allow gateway or route server in VNet 1 Central US to traffic to forward the traffic to VNet 2 CS2. Now what is mean by that, all these things? See, the thing is, if my virtual network 1, so this is my VNet 1 is connected to VNet 2. My VNet 1 is connected to VNet 3. So why we are not doing this? Because we don't want to do that. But if you want to do that, then what you need to do from the VNet 1, you need to create this connectivity and this connectivity. Then from VNet 2, you need to create this connectivity, right? So instead of that, if you create VNG or if you create that allow gateway rule, allow gateway means what? If my VNet 1 connects to VNet 2 and VNet 1 connects to VNet 3, then VNet 2 also can talk with VNet 3. So you don't need any kind of a pre-airings and all. They can also talk with each other. So like that, that's why we have the allow gateway. But right now we are not doing that because we are just doing the demonstrations and all. So let it be. Okay. So we are going for the next part, right? So this is for VNet 1 to VNet 2. See here, two peerings. One will be appear over here, VNet 1 to VNet 2. And one will be appear in my second VNet, which is VNet 2 to VNet 1. Right? Now see here, VNet 2 to VNet 1 is here. Now let me go back to my virtual network and see here. Inside the VNet 2, you can see that peerings. Got it? So you don't need to create that. So it will by default created. Now let me go for my VNet 1 again and inside my peerings. So I need to add one more. So what I can do, I will see that VNet 1 to VNet 3. Okay, so this is VNet 1 to VNet 3 and this is VNet 3 to VNet 1, like this. And then we'll choose here our virtual network third and then add it. So done. So with this, we understood how to do the peerings, normal peering, as well as our global peering, right? So this part is done. Now let me go back to my virtual network. So these are my three virtual networks. Now, the case is my virtual machine is having public IP address. It is having public IP address, right? So this part is done. So this part is done. That demonstration is done. Now let's go for the another demonstration. If my virtual machine is not having public IP address, then what? Then what we can do? So for that, suppose this is my virtual machine, which is already done. So it is already having public IP address. I wanted to cancel it out. So because it is having the public IP address, I can take the RDP of it. But if there is a no public IP address, then how to take the RDP of it? So to do that, let me just go for my, let's detach that public IP address. Okay. So this is my public IP address. And what I can do, I will do disassociate. From the public IP address also, you can do disassociate. Now, if I do disassociate, then what will happen in my virtual machine? There is no public IP address. You can see that. And if there is no public IP address, private IP address is there for sure. Public IP address is not there. So how to connect with my virtual machine? So to connect to the virtual machine, there are multiple other ways which are more secure. One is Bastion. So here we are going to create Bastion. Or else we can go for the firewall. Here we will go for firewall. Or let me just cancel this one. Let me just go for the Bastion itself. Right? Let's create the Bastion. Now another thing we have, this is my another subnet. Suppose if I'm creating no public IP address virtual machine. If I'm creating no public IP address virtual machine, then what will happen? So there is another option which is called firewall. Right? And the third option we have VNG. Third option we have VNG, which is virtual network gateway. Right? Now, what is mean by VNG, firewall, bastions and all? So let's do one thing. First of all, let me create virtual machine 2 and virtual machine 3. After that, I need to create firewall, VNG, bastion and all. Now, while creating that virtual machines, we are making sure about that we are not creating the public IP addresses. Okay. Now let's go one by one. So far, so good, team. Is this clear how we are going step by step ahead? Yes?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, great. Now what we are going to do, we are creating 3 virtual machines. Now one virtual machine is already there, right? Now I'm going to create another virtual machine which is in my RG network only, and this is my VM2 again in the central US, right? I will use central US only, and here no infrastructure, standard one only. Windows operating system is okay for me. Now here I will go for 2 vCPU is okay for me. Instead of this one, I will go for Azure user, and then here okay. Now over here, network security group, that is fine. 3389 port is open. That is fine for me. Now here, let me just go for, okay, let me just do one thing. Let's make it as none. Okay, right now. Networking, I need to choose my network. See here, this is my VNet 1. I need to keep this virtual machine 2 in VNet 2. So I will use my default, and here I need to go for none. Okay, I will go for none because I don't want my public IP address. So let's go for review and create. So let's wait for a while. Let's wait. And from here, let me create another virtual machine. Let's go for that. So parallelly, we are working on it. Okay. And this is my VM3. And this is in West US 2. Okay. And here I need to choose West US 2. Standard this zone, I don't need that zone. Then here we have the standard one. Image, I'll go for same image. And then D2S V3, I will go for core vCPU not required. And then here username as your user and then the password. Okay, and here. Okay, all right, here I'm okay with that. All right, so NSG is okay for me. And networking, on this networking part, I will go for VNet 3, default one. And here I will go for none. Okay, and then review and create. Let me see here. This is done. Let me start the deployment from here as well. Done. Okay, my 3 virtual machines are ready now. Now, for that virtual machines, I don't have the public IP address. So there are multiple options. We also have one more option which is called as a load balancer, right? Now, the first option let's explore, which is Bastion. So Bastion host, if I can create here in my virtual network, okay? So whatever the virtual machines are present in my virtual network as well as inside their peerings can directly connect by using a Bastion over the internet itself. And this is a secure one. So suppose, for example, your organization is having restriction on taking the RDP. So like my organization is also having the restriction for taking the RDP to add the VPN gateways and all these things. Then what we need to do, we need to access it through the internet. So to access it through the internet browser and in the secure way, we are having the Bastion. Now remember that if you want to access anything from the internet, you need the public IP address. So it means my Bastion will be having public IP address. Okay. And it is connecting to all the virtual machines, or I can say that virtual machines which are present in their networks. Okay. Now to do that, what we need to do, first of all the networking services needs their own subnet, right? Now, Bastion we are going to create in our first virtual network, right? So this is my subnet. I need to create a subnet which is specifically for Bastion. See here, earlier we need to use the same naming convention as Azure, Bastion, subnet, but now Microsoft has made it easy for us. So this is my Azure Bastion subnet and name should be like this only. Azure Bastion subnet, S capital, B capital, A capital. Now you don't need to write it down. It is already there, right? Now, once we have that, it will also create that subnet mask everything for us, address space for us. So we don't need to worry about it. And then let's just add it. That's it. Now, once you add this, then and then only you can search from here Bastion. You can search for Bastion. Okay. Now, to create the Bastion, first of all, we need to select our resource group. After that, we need to put the naming convention as Bastion for Central US. And this is for VNet 1. Okay. Central US zone, I don't want any zone redundancies. Tier is standard for me. That is okay. Instant count. So to manage that, Bastion is something like that. It's the front view, right? In the back end, there are multiple virtual machines that you want to access. Now, if something is happening and everyone wants to access the virtual machines, then we need to increase the count. So Bastion will increase the instance count in their self to manage all the virtual machine access. Okay. So you can go for this 2 instances or 1 instance, that is for okay for me. Now we need to create a bastion for VNet 1. So see here, it is taking by default Azure Bastion subnet only. You can't add any other subnets. We already have a default subnet, but you can't add that because this is compulsory. Now public IP address. So if you want to create a new public IP address, so I will say that this is bastion hyphen PIP, right? I will choose that bastion hyphen PIP, right? And that's it. And then let's go for review and create. Now I will go for the basic one, and here we have the options. Standard means what? It will generate a link, and that by using that link you can easily access it. But instead of that, what I can do, I can go for the basic one. Basic one, simple, I can access my Azure portal. When you can go for the standard one, if you don't have access on the Azure portal itself, if you don't have a portal.azure.com, you can't access the portal, but you want to access the virtual machine inside the portal. So to access that over the internet, someone needs to create this scenario. Someone needs to create the Bastion subnet inside the standard one. Someone needs to attach all the virtual networks with each other peer, and then they need to give you the link. Okay, so by using that link, you can directly access your virtual machine over the internet. Now, I will not do that because this is a costlier service. Standard, developer and premium one is a costlier service. So basic one is little bit cheaper than others. So I will go for that. The only thing is I need to get inside and then I need to click on Bastion. That's it. Right? So let me just create this Bastion. Right? Now this will take some time. So what we can do side by side, parallelly, what we are going to do for the firewall, we are going to create, or let's say for VNG, we need to create one gateway, right? So let me do one thing. Let's get inside the virtual machine third or VNet 3. Why? Because VNG is something kind of a service which requires near about 30 to 45 minutes to deploy. Okay, so for VNG, we will talk about this VNG part in our next, after once we are done with the Bastion and firewall, then and then only we will talk about the VNG, right? Before that, we need to make sure about that VNG is up and running. So that's why I'm going to create VNG first, and then we'll talk about the firewall and all. Okay. So let's go for the VNet 3. So this is my VNet 3. And then inside the subnets, we have the subnet, and over here we can go for VNG. See here? So this is a gateway subnet, dedicated subnet. These are the dedicated subnet, and these subnet we can't use it to create our virtual machines. Remember that. Okay. So this is my gateway subnet and it is in West US 2. After that, you need to search for VNG, which is Virtual Network Gateway, which will create a VPN connectivities for you. Okay. So now what is mean by VPN connectivities and all, that part we will going to discuss after some time. So now I will say that VNG hyphen West US 2. So this is West US 2. Now let me put it inside my West US 2. Just a minute. Just a minute, Ati. Okay, so this is the one. And then name, you can just put it as it is. Now over here, express route, we don't want to go for the express route connectivity. SKU, you can go for anyone. See, if you want to understand what are the SKUs and all, you can just go for learn more. I will not go for that. Generation 2 is okay for me in that enable advanced security. Okay. Virtual network. Let's select the virtual network and it is selecting gateway subnet by default. Now here, public IP address. We need to create a public IP address. So I can just put that VNG-PIP, right? And here there is one mode which is active mode. So we'll talk about that mode afterwards, but right now we don't want it. So I will keep it as it is. I also don't want that BGP, which is broader gateway protocols. And that's it. So what is mean by active mode, BGP protocol and all? So that part we will going to discuss after some time. Okay. So why I'm creating this? Because it will take near about 30 to 45 minutes to deploy. So that's why I'm keeping each and everything ready for us. Okay. So once we are done, so let's go for the next part. So what we did, so let me just do like this. We did this part. Okay. Just created the VNG and we have created the bastion. Now we need to create a firewall as well. It will also take more than 5 minutes. So let's go for it. Now we need to get inside the virtual network and this will be inside my second VNet. Okay. So over here, go for the subnets, add subnet. And here, instead of this, I will choose firewall and then add it. Okay. So once we are done, so what we did, we have created the VM2 as well and VM3 as well. So this part is done. Now we are going to create a firewall. So this is done. Now you can search for firewall. So this is my firewall. Create. Here I will go for FW and this is in VNet 2 Central US. Okay, this is Central US, no zone. I'll go for standard tier. And here, either Microsoft, you want Microsoft to manage your firewall policy? No, I wanted to create my own policies. And then virtual network, I can go for the existing virtual network. Which one? VNet 2, right? This is my VNet 2. I don't want the forced tunneling. Forced tunneling will forcefully tell our all the virtual machines and all to follow that rules. So right now we are not going to do that forced tunneling, right? And then here we need to add one public IP address. So I can say that FWPIP. Okay. So this is the name of my public IP address. And after that, tags and then review and create it. Done. Right? Now we are ready with our basic services. Now let's do the demonstration on Bastion host. So this is my Bastion host. Now what we need to do on the Bastion host, now my virtual machine is not having the public IP address, but I wanted to take the RDP of it. I wanted to connect with my virtual machine. So for that, what you can do, you can use Bastion host, right? So we'll go for it. So first of all, let's get inside my virtual machine. And this
Ma'am,
is my, yes,
ma'am,
go ahead, Bharat.
yeah, ma'am, indirectly we are using a jump server.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Jump server. Right? So let's get inside our VM, first VM. So earlier, if you remember, we are able to take the RDP because we had that public IP address, but right now we don't have that. Now, how we can connect? So you can go for the connect via Bastion. Now in this, it is still in the provisioning stage. Okay, let me refresh that page. It is taking still some time. So let's wait for a while. We have the Bastion. Bastion is up and running. Updating. Provisioning state is updating. Okay. So let me go for my firewall. Do we have the firewall ready? No, still it is also updating. Okay, then what we can do, let's take a break. And till that time, let all the services be ready for us. Okay, so shall we go for a break? So this is 10:15. 51. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's take a break. Till what time?
11:30.
It is too much.
20 minutes,
Uh-huh. 11,
11:10.
11:10, 11:15. Okay. 11:15. We can do that. Okay. And then let's come back at 11:15 and let's continue with our part. Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me stop the pause the recording. Okay. So before we are going for the break, what we did, we have created 3 virtual networks. In each virtual network, we have created separate networking services subnets. First one will be connecting with the Bastion host. After that, second one will be connecting with the firewall, and third one will be on VNG, right? What is mean by VNG firewall? That part we will going to discuss after some time. So let's go one by one. Now, why we have created all these things at the first start? Because it will take some time to deploy, right? Now, let me go back to my Azure Bastion and let me see the status of it. So see here, now it is provisioning succeeded. So what I can do now, I wanted to connect my virtual machine, which is first virtual machine, right? And it is not having my public IP address. So I can do one thing. I can go for Bastion, right? And over here, this is VM password only. Here I can choose Azure user. And here I can add password and then connect. See here, it is connecting over the internet. So you don't need any RDP connections or anything. And here you need to allow. So now you can see that we are already connected with my virtual machine by taking the RDP through my laptop, right? So now it is up and running. It will not take time to do the initializations and all. So now if I can get over here, see here, this is my Edge browser. So I can directly go for it. So if you remember that we have already did these things. Okay. Now this is how we can connect to our what we can say, we can connect to our virtual machine. If it is not having the public IP address, then also we can connect over the internet. Okay. So now this part is done. How we can mute. Okay. Now let's start with, once we are done with our Bastion host part, see here, we are done with the Bastion part. Now we need to go for the firewall. Now, 2 things are there. One is NSG. If you remember what we are doing with the NSG, we can control our inbound and outbound traffic. Inbound and outbound traffic means what? This is my virtual machine. Who can access my virtual machine is inbound, and my virtual machine, how my virtual machine access outside is called outbound, right? So if I want to access my web server, which is present in my virtual machine, I need to enable the inbound port rule, which is HTTP port 80 or 8443 HTTPS or something like that. Now, suppose if I want to take the RDP or I wanted to connect to my virtual machine, then I need to enable 3389 port, which is RDP. So to take RDP, remote desktop connection, we need the port number 3389. Okay, so remember that. Now this is okay if it is from the NSG part. But firewall is on top of each and everything. So firewall is something like it will restrict, it will control your what you are accessing, how you are accessing each and everything, right? So if I want to control, so suppose for example, you are opening that web browser from here, right? Web browser means what? I can, right now, I can get inside my virtual machine. I can open my Edge browser and I can access anything. If you remember, I have just searched for AZ104 exam and I can get inside that, right? Easily learn.microsoft.com. So it is enabled. But what if your organization wants to restrict Facebook account or Twitter account or any other accounts? For example, your organization laptop, you can't access even the Azure portal by using your personal email IDs, right? So these things, you can't access your GitHub account with your personal email IDs or anything, whatever you want. If you want to restrict on the level of application. So for example, my organization can't go for the Facebook account, right? It is restricted in a nature. So some of the websites are there which are restricted from our organization that we can't use. So these things you can create on the level of firewall. You can't do that on the level of NSG. So that's why NSG and firewall are different from each other. So here you can only control your virtual machines inbound and outbound traffic flow. But here firewall can control each and everything. Suppose out of that traffic flow you want to control on some DNS, you want to control on some applications like a websites, you want to control the RDPs and all, everything whatever you want, you can do that on the level of firewall, right? Now how we will work with the firewall? So first of all, you have created a firewall resource. You have created firewall resource. This is what? This is subnet. This is also a subnet, right? After that, you have created a bastion outside, and that bastion is directly connected to this subnet, right? Right now, also, you have already connected to the firewall subnet, right? My firewall resource is connected to the firewall subnet from the virtual network. That is okay. But how I can say that this virtual machine is restricted? Or how I can say that this, first of all, whenever someone is accessing anything, suppose for example, if I am the user or I am an employee and from the virtual machine, I wanted to access internet, okay? That internet is allowed because of the outbound flow, right? Internet access is allowed. So if you can see here, this internet access is allowed. AZ104 exam. If I can search for it, just a minute. If I can go for it, I can access it, right? I can go for this link as well, right? Like this. It means outbound flow is allowed. It means from my virtual machine, I can access the internet. But what if I wanted to make sure about that you can access anything? It means it is open 0.0.0.0 means anything, right? The IP is 0.0.0.0/0 means anything. So you can access anything. So what I need to do, anything, whatever is there is first of all connect to the firewall. And then as per the firewall policy, it will go for the virtual machine, right? So if there is a internet, got this. Okay, if there is a internet, Umesh, are you there on my screen? Why this is like this? I don't know. Okay, let me just show you this internet. So this is the internet. Now what I need to do, whenever there is an internet, first of all, there is a firewall. So all the inbound or outbound, whatever is there, it will go through firewall and then firewall to my virtual machine. What about this? Just go for like this. No. Okay, let me just draw like this. Okay, so this is my internet. Okay, so with that internet, I wanted to control this. Now, firewall is there. Virtual machine is also there. Everything is in a place. But what we need to do, we need to create a root. Because there is no root right now. We have not done that. So who will select that root? So this is, first of all, there is an internet, then it will go for the firewall, and then it is going for the subnet, for this particular subnet. So to create that, there is a root table. So there is a root table or route table. By using that, we are finalizing this root. Who will go first, who will go next, like that. So what will be the next hop? So for that purpose, first of all, let's work with our firewall. We need to create some policies with the firewall and each and everything. So let's first of all go for the root table. So let me go for my account. Umesh, can you cancel this line? I guess you have enabled that pen from your end. Umesh?
Okay, oh yes, yes, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Till that time, let's search for route table, right? Here we have the route table. You can go for this and I will create one route table for me. I will see that route for firewall. Now here, propagate gateway routes, I will say no, because see here, if you can go for this one, select no to prevent the propagation of on-premises routes to the network interface in associated subnet. So I don't have anything in my on-premises right now. So I will go for no. Now, this is on my second virtual network, right? So I will do that on my second virtual network. So I will choose Central US because all the network resources are region specific. So I will choose Central US and then I will go for review and create. So let me check that. See here, this is on Central US, right? So let's go for it and then let's hit on create. So my firewall is also there. Everything is there, right? So now once we are done, now what we need, there are some things that we need to collect information. So first of all, what we need the firewall's public IP address as well as the private IP address. So let's do one by one, okay? Because we already have our another portal with us. So let's get inside that. Now here we need to finalize the root. So in that settings, there is a subnet. So first of all, you need to associate your subnet over here. So what we are doing each and everything to control my subnet. So which subnet you want? We are working with VNet 2. Okay. And the whatever the virtual machines are present in my virtual subnet default under virtual network 2, I need to control that. So by using the root table, we are creating that control now. Okay. So here you can attach multiple subnets, whatever you want to do that, you can just add that. And we also need this address space, my subnets address space. Somewhere I need that. So right now, let's go for it. And here there is a root. Now for the route tables root, I need to create that. Now to create it, first of all, what I can do, I can put the rule. And here we need to add that what is your destination? This is a IP address. Now what is the destination IP address? So it is any. It means 0.0.0.0. Let me just cancel this. .0.0/0 means whatever traffic is there, whatever kind of traffic is there, that is my destination. Okay. Now, what is the next hop? So my next hop is a virtual appliance. So why virtual appliance? Because firewall comes under virtual appliance. If you want to go for the next hop directly onto the internet, so if you don't want to put anyone else in between that, you can just directly say that, so this is your route. If you are accessing, say, anything from here, you can directly route to the network. Or you wanted to route it to the virtual network or the virtual network gateways or anything, you can do that. But my firewall is a part of my virtual appliance. And this is my next hop. Means anything is there that will be redirected to whom? Firewall, right? So here I need to add private IP address of my firewall. So where I will go? I will go over here, and this is my private IP address of my firewall. So I will go for this one, add it, right? Add it and then add. So like this. Okay. So this is my root. Now, what is mean by that root? It means, let me just draw it over here. It means by using that root, what we have finalized, whatever comes from the internet will be going for firewall first, right? And then the subnet. And within that subnet, we have virtual machines, right? Like this. So it will be doing like this. And how we have finalized? By using this root. Okay. So once we are done with this, now what we need to do? We need to go back, and then once we have confirmed that root, who will go first, who will go next, then we need to create some rules on our firewall. So let's go for that firewall rules. I will go for this one. Let me just get inside my firewall rules. See here. Inside the settings, here we have the rules, right? Option is there, which is a rule. Now in that, either you can go for the NAT rule, or either you can go for the network rule collection, or you can go for the application rule collection. Now, NAT rule is network transfer rule, right? Now here, suppose my virtual machine is not having the public IP address. You can see that my virtual machine, so we are doing it on my second virtual machine. So if I can get inside my virtual machine, there is no public IP address, right? So I can't access my virtual machine. So if I want to transfer that address to the new address, then I can go for the NAT rules, right? We will going to add this one. And then we also have the application rule. Application rule in the sense what? Someone is creating something. Okay, let it be. So there is an application rule. Application rule means what? You can control your websites, right? So from here, Let's suppose I wanted to get inside this and I wanted to add some rule. So let's say I will add a rule which is app rule. I will put that now. On this, either you can add that FQDN. So which one you want to access, right? So if you wanted to access on your fully qualified DNS name, you can go for this. But I will go for target FQDN. Target FQDN in the sense, if my virtual machine wants to access something, then I can go for the target FQDNs. Now here you need to select whether you want to allow or deny. So suppose I wanted to deny facebook.com. Then I can just put that over here and put it over here deny. But now by default, firewall restrict each and everything. By default, firewall will restrict each and everything. So what we need to do, we need to add some priority. So I will say that 100 is the priority or 200 is the priority for this rule. And I wanted to allow. By default, everything is restricted. So I will say that allow Google. Okay. I will go for this. Allow Google, right? Now this is my IP address. That is okay for me. Now another thing, we have this one source. Now for the source, what we need to do, we need to choose our subnet address space. If you remember, I told you that we need to choose that subnet address space. So see here. So this is my second virtual machine. And let me just get inside my subnet first. This is my virtual network. This is my second virtual network, and here we have the subnet, and here we have the subnet address space. So copy that subnet address space from here and put it over here, right? So the source is this. Now protocol, I wanted to add the protocol is HTTP and HTTPS, right? Any protocol is there. And here I need to add the target FQDN. So I will say that www.google.com, right? So if you wanted to add here star, you can do that. If you want to add that instead of .com, if someone wants to search for .in or anything, then you can just use star over here as well. Okay. So now once we are done with this, let me add this. So this is my first rule, application rule. By using the firewall, I wanted to just give the permission on to google.com. And see here, from this virtual machine, which is not having any restrictions. So I can go for learn.microsoft.com. I can go for anything, right? But from here, we are creating restriction on VM2. Okay, not VM1. This is my VM1. So now let's wait for some time, because till that this is not updating, you can't create a NAT rule. Now, there is also network rule. Network rule is used if you want to specify your destination IP address, if you want to restrict any DNS servers operated by any other levels. So if you want to do that, restrictions and all, you can go for the network rules. So see here we have the network rule, right? But right now we are not going to create any kind of a network rule. We are going to do the NAT rule because we want to connect with our virtual machine. So let me just connect with that. I will not able to do that till this is not updating, but still let's try to add that. So this is my NAT rule. Okay. And this allowed priority is 100. Again, I will say that. So see here, this is network address translator. Now here I will put that allow RDP. Okay. Now protocol, I will go for TCP protocol. Now for source, I wanted to choose all. Okay. I wanted to choose all as a source. Destination address. So for the destination address, it will be my public IP address. Because I don't have a public IP address for my virtual machine. So how I can access that virtual machine? Through public IP address of my firewall. So where is my firewall's public IP address? So I will go for my firewall. I'll go for my firewall. This is my firewall. And over here, you can see that public IP address. Click on that and then copy this public IP address. Okay. Now over here, you need to put that public IP address. Once you add that here, you need to specify the destination port. If you remember in containers, Docker containers, we use that port mapping. So here also you need to do the port mapping. If you are putting 1000, so 1000 is connected to your virtual machine. So you need to add the translated address. So which translated address? Here you need to add your virtual machine's private IP address. So I will go for this one, right? And then virtual machine. And here I need to get inside my second VM2. And then here we have private IP address. So copy that private IP address and then paste it over here, right? And then you wanted to translate on which port? It is a 3389 port. So I will go for 3389 port. Right? Once we are done, you can add it. Let me just check whether I have done any mistakes here or there. Okay, this one. Yes. See here, there is a space. So I need to remove that space and then only you can add. Now you can see here that updation is done. That's why I'm able to add the another firewall rule. Otherwise, I was not able to do that. Okay. So let's wait for a while because it will take some time for the firewall. Okay. Now let's go for this part. So we are done with this firewall part. How to create a route table, how to add the routes for it, everything, right? So we are done with Bastion. We are done with the firewall and all. Now let's work for VNG. Okay, so this will take some time. So what we need to do, for this VNG as well, what we need to enable the VPN gateways. Suppose you are working from your home location, right? Work from home. But your laptop has to connect with your organization network. So for that purpose, we need to add VPN gateways on your machine. So how to do that? How to perform these things? So these things we are going to perform in our VNG, which is Virtual Network Gateway. Okay. Now let me first complete that firewall part. Let me just see that updating the firewall still. So, and to do that, as I'm using my MacBook, so it will not possible for me directly to use my VPNs and all these things. So what we can do, we are using this virtual machine as my on-premises. Okay. So this virtual machine is already having the PowerShell. This virtual machine is already having each and everything. It is like a Windows operating system. And see here you will get that this is my connectivity, right? And here I need to add this virtual machine, or let's say this will be acting as a on-premises for me. This on-premises to my network. Now to do that, first of all, I need something. So whenever we are creating these kind of things, we need a client and root, or I can say that client and server certificate. So right now we don't have that certificate. Whenever you are performing in your organization is having their certificates, right? Which are secrets or sensitive information, and they are not sharing with anybody else. So you can also see that your organization virtual machine or your laptop is connected to your organization network only, because they have already set up. You don't need to set up that, because to set up that we need the certificates. Okay. Now for us, we don't have the organization, so we need to create our self-signed certificates. Okay. Now to do that, first of all, I need Notepad, because we need to run some commands on the PowerShell window. Okay, so let me just go for this one, and let me just refresh the page, because let's complete the firewall part first. I guess that's it. This is my firewall, right? Now to take the RDP of my virtual machine. So see here, this is my virtual machine. To take the RDP of my virtual machine, there is no public IP address, but it is having the private IP address. Now, to do that, what we need, if I want to take the RDP of it, I need the firewall's public IP address. Okay. So as the RDP NAT rule is enabled, that's why I can go for the public IP address of my firewall, copy that. Okay. Now, what I can do, this is the one, right? To take the RDP, I need to add the PC, right? To add a PC, I need to add this and then colon 1000, because this is what? This is my port mapping, right? We have used 1000 is our port mapping to connect with our virtual machine 2, right? Now over here, we will go for add credentials. Now credential, Azure user, the same you have used for your virtual machine, right? And then password. Okay, now you need to add it. And then you can go for add, right? So this is my firewall public IP address with the port mapping. So now if I want to connect with this, let's go for it and then continue. See here, I can connect, right? So this is my firewall virtual machine connected through my firewall. Okay. So no matter what, if your virtual machine is not having the public IP address, then also you can connect with that by using other services. One, Bastion. Second, firewall, right? Third, we are going to talk, which is VNG. So let's wait for a while. One by one, we are going to do. So let me just accept it. So this is my VM2. Okay. Now for this, first of all, we need to go for this IE enhancement and we need to off these things and then click on OK. Now, once we are done, let me close this server manager. And now by using the firewall, what we did, we have just given the access on our google.com. So let's check whether it is working or not. So let me just cancel this and this. And here I need to search for www.google.com and then enter. Done? I can access google.com. But let's search for EZ104 exam. Search. I can search for it, right? Because still it is google.com. Let's go for this one now. See here, it is not working. Why? Because now it is redirecting to learn.microsoft.com. Got it? So by using that, if you want to allow anything, you need to allow from the application rule. Is this clear how to work with the firewall? Yes, team? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So what I will do, I will cancel this virtual machine because I don't need that now, right? So this is my firewall. This was my earlier that virtual machine. Okay, that is okay for me. Now we are done with our firewall part as well as our bastion part. Now let's discuss about our next part. So let me just quickly go for this. See here, out of this virtual network, we are done with the virtual networking. We are done with the network security group. Host your domain on Azure DNS, that part is left, but we will take just a high level overview. VNet peering is done. Manage and control traffic flow with routes, done, right? And inter-site connectivity. Inter-site connectivity is nothing but a peerings, okay? Now, for the load balancer part, we will going to discuss that part afterwards, because we'll go for this how to design our on-premises connectivity to the virtual network and all. See here. So now from here onwards, everything is 305 part. 305, we don't need to go for the demonstration. It is more for the discussion. Okay. So what we can do, still we are going to understand what are the options we have, and we are trying to do the demonstration on the on-premises connectivity. Okay, so let's talk about it. Now, whenever we are talking about the connectivities, so there are three types of connectivities. Let me just do like this. Okay, there are three types of connectivities. Now, first of all, let's say this is your Azure portal. This is your Azure cloud, and in that we have virtual network. Now, let's say you want to access it. Let's say you are the person and you want to access it from your local site. It means from work from home. You want to do work from home. So through the internet, you want to connect with my virtual network. That is the first part. So this is what? This is a point. This is what? This is point, right? So you are doing, and this is a site. Azure is a site for me. So this is point to site connectivity. This is called point to site connectivity, right? If you want to connect your on premises, or I can say that your local environment with the Azure portal, then this is called as point to site connectivity. Now, suppose if there is a on premises, if there is a on premises, this is also a site, right? This is also a site, and I will say that wireless. I will see that Control Z. This is what? This is a wireless. Why wireless? Because we are connecting to each other through internet. Okay. Now this is my on premises. Now here also there is a network and you want to connect that network with this network. So for example, you want to connect your on premises to virtual network. Okay. This is a site. This is also a site. So again, this is wireless communication, right? So this is what? This is site to site communication. This is called site to site connectivity. Okay. Now this is okay. Over the internet and all, everything protocols and each and everything will be handled by Microsoft. Fine. But here the thing is, when there is a site to site communication, your on premises is connecting to your site or your Azure portal, then speed and each and everything, security, there are multiple concerns regarding with this. Now, if you want higher speed, as well as you want the proper connectivity, one-to-one connectivity, secured line, then you can go for third option, which is called as express route connectivity, which is called as express route connectivity. And this is wired communication. So here we are using fiber optic cables to connect your first site to your second site, your on-premises and Azure. Now, how this will work? So this will work by using fiber optic cables. Now, whenever I'm saying that fiber optic cables, then Azure is not a fiber optic provider. We have a Airtel, Jio, Reliance, we have BSNL fiber, right? So in India, we have 4 to 5 fiber providers, fiber connectivity providers, right? But let's say this is in US and this is in India. Then what? So here providers are different. Here we have Airtel as a provider. We have Reliance as a provider. We have BSNL as a provider, right? So like that we have the providers. Here there is a Megaport. So there are multiple other providers are there in US. So we need to create a connectivity between them as well. So now who will do the connectivity? You don't need to do that, right? You need to tell Microsoft, hey, we have that on premises in this particular region. I have my Azure in this particular region or my virtual network in this particular region. So I'm requesting for the express route connectivity. So whenever there is an express route connectivity, you have a choice to select your providers, fiber optic providers. And then Microsoft will create a connectivity with them. Microsoft will create a proper channel, fiber optic cables. So this is part of Microsoft. You don't need to worry about it. And once they are connected to each other, so this is the secured version. And you can also understand that fiber optic cable is having the what we can say speed is very, very high, right? So speed is high. You can say that this is secured version. Everything you will get it inside the wired communication. But to do that, you need to wait. You need to wait for a while because Microsoft needs to come back whenever you are requesting for it. Microsoft needs to come back to you and Microsoft will create the connectivity as per your request and each and everything will work on that, right? So instead of that, if you want the quick connectivity, you can go for the wireless communication. So now for the site, we don't have a site right now, on-premises site. We don't have that. But we can say that we have an on-premises machine. So this will be my first virtual machine will be acting as local machine for me. Now, my local machine wants to connect to Azure network, secure connectivity. Then we are going to do point to site connectivity for it, right? Now, to do the point to site connectivity, we are not performing that site to site connectivity. The procedure is similar, near about 80% is similar. Just we need to create a local network gateways, right? Local network gateways we need to create, right? Or something called as like this. So that is the extra part only. But how to perform that each and everything? Let's start with this. So this is my point to site connectivity. Now this will act as a machine for me. From here only, I need to create each and everything and I need to build VPN gateway on this. That's why if you remember, I have created this virtual machine with 4 vCPU 16 GB RAM because I need at least fast virtual machine. So let's start with this. So for that, first of all, we need to check, do we have VNG in place? So let me refresh and see here. Our VNG is there, right? And this will be connecting to my virtual machine 2 or virtual network second. Okay. Now, to do that, what I need to do, I need to get inside my VNG only. And there we have the options. So let me just refresh my page. And here we have the option to do the point to site configuration. See here, this is my point to site configuration. Now here we need to configure now. Now, before you are performing these things, configure now and all these things, first of all, we need to make some changes. Now, what are that changes? First of all, we need the proper connectivity, which is on the client side as well as on the server side. Server side means this. Azure portal is my server connectivity and client side will be my virtual machine. Okay. Now, to do that, first of all, what we need to follow some steps. First, what is the first step? We need the virtual network. We need the local environment, which is my VM VNet 1 Central US, right? Now, my second part is we need that VNG, which is Virtual Network Gateway resource. Once we are ready with the prerequisite, then we need to start by creating the certificates. Now, how to create the certificates and all? So, for that purpose, there are some, what we can say, if you can search from here, let's say P2S, point to site. Let me just put it like this. Point to site connection in Azure, right? So like that. So if I can go for this, see here, about Azure point to site VPN connection. So you can just go through this and then here you will get all the prerequisites and each and everything. But now, first of all, what we need to create the certificates. So now, to create the certificate, we need to run some commands. So see here, about point to site VPNs, configuration of the point to site VPN. See here, if I can select over here, let me just go for gateway and Azure portal. So let me just check. Prerequisite is this, all right, and generate the certificate. See here. To generate a certificate, first of all, we need the root certificate. Root means which will be going to add in our portal, Azure portal. So if you already have the certificate like this, make cert or something like that, Linux or anything, you can go for it. If you don't have the certificate, you can just choose this one. These instructions require PowerShell on the computer running Windows 10 or later, right? So we are going to create our self-signed certificate. One, we need it from the root side, for the root side, and another we need it for our client certificate. Client means what? Our this machine. This machine from there wants to connect your virtual network. Now, to do that, if I can go for this virtual, this option, there are multiple things. See here, new self-signed certificate. So we need to create new self-signed certificate. Now we already have some kind of steps for that. So let me just give you that steps. Step-by-step guide. So let me just open that step-by-step guide. Sorry. Control C. And here, Control V. Okay. This is a link which you will get step-by-step guide for each and everything. So what you need to do, how you need to perform, each and everything's are there. Now, let's go for it. And first of all, I need this one, right? This is required. So this is my root account. So this will be my root account. So I need to get inside this. And if you remember, there is a notepad. I need to put that over here. So can I open this? I guess I can't copy that. Let me just go for this copy and here, let's do the paste. Okay, it's working. Now here, just little bit changes you need to do. Done. And this will be my root. After that, I need to create also a client one. So let me just go for the client one. So see here, this is my client certificate. So let me copy that, right click and copy, and over here, right click and paste. Okay. Now there are some things over here. See here, you need to remove this one only because otherwise it will create the error. Okay, I will share this link with you. Okay, how to perform that and everything I will show you. Okay, now first of all, what we need the PowerShell. PowerShell, right click, run as an administrator. This is important. Okay. Now, once you have this, what you need to do, you need to copy, first of all, root. So this is my root certificate. Copy that. Do the right click. Okay, let me just select like this. Right click. Okay, let me just do again. Copy that. Okay. Once you copy that, open your PowerShell window and then paste it. Paste anyway. Okay, once you paste it, hit on enter. Done. It will not show you anything. Okay, so first of all, once you're done with this, you need to copy this client certificate as well. Okay, so this is your client certificate. You can do the control C or else you can just do right click and copy. Okay, once you copy that, you can go over here, right click and paste anyway. Okay, and then run. And then it will create a thumbnail for you. Right? Now, once it is creating the thumbnail for you, what you need to do, you need to get inside run command. So to open that run command, you can do how to open that run command over here. Okay, yeah, there is a run command. Now, to get that certificate is getting somewhere, installed somewhere, right? Or imported somewhere. So here you need to use cert mgr.msc, right? You need to use cert mgr.msc. So this is a certificate manager and then click on OK. So once you click on OK, here you can see that personal, there is a certificate. Here you can see that there is a root certificate and the client certificate. So first of all, we need to go for root certificate, right click on that. And here on the all task, there is a export, right? Now you can export it. Now here you can choose no, I don't need the private key because it will be going on to my portal itself. Now here choose base 64 encoded instead of the DER encoded, right? So you can just go for next and here you need to browse and you need to put it in your download folder, simple download folder. And here I will put that server, right? I will put the naming as a server or root, anything, server root. I will keep that naming convention like this and then save it, right? And then go for next and finish. So this part is done, export is done. Now, same thing I need to perform for my client certificate. All task and then export. Now here, we need to add the security. So that's why we will go for the private key. Now to do that private key, once we are having the private key, we need to go for this one, personal information exchange, and then we'll go for the password. So what we need to set up a password. So what I can do, I will say the password as Azure user @123, like that. And then here also I will do the same thing, Azure user @123, right? And then click on next. Here again, you need to save somewhere. So I will do it on my downloads folder only. And here what we will do, this is client. So I'm just putting it as a client and then save it. and then next, finish. Done. Now, once we are done, close this window. Here also, you don't need to do that, anything. Now you can search for File Explorer or File Manager, whatever. So you can get inside that. And here you can see in the downloads folder, here you have that server root and here you have the client root. Okay. Now let's go for the next part. Okay, so here we have already added both the roots. Now here server root, you need to right click and then open with. Here I wanted to open with, choose another app and then choose notepad. Okay, and then just once is also fine. And this is my certificate. Okay, you need to use this one. Now let's go back. Right click. Okay, let me just copy this properly. Right click, copy that. Okay, once you copy that, let me go for this option. Now Azure portal. So once you set up all the certificates in a place of your machine, then you need to go on your Azure portal and then configure now. Here you need to choose address pool because here also we need to add the address space because the connectivity will be going through it. So my VPN is going to connect to the virtual machine. So for that, it will also assign one by one IP addresses, right? And this will also be a private IP address. So what I can do, I will go for 172.16.10/24, right? So this will be my subnet mask. Here you can choose this option or you can choose any other options as well. You can just search for it, check what are the tunnel. Tunnel is security tunnel. Means what? Whatever your data is there, transformation and all these things, connectivity is done through the tunnels. Okay. Now here you need to select authentication method. So you can go through the username and password as well, or you can go if you have the third party tools and you wanted to add it, then you can go for the Radius or else you can go for the Azure certificate. We'll go for Azure certificate. And here we will put the naming convention as server and then the public certificate data. If you remember, we have copied the data, right? So see here, this is my data. So once you are done, you need to save it. Now it will take some time. Okay. Now it will take some time. So you need to wait for it. And this is my download VPN client. I need to download this VPN client. Now where I can download this VPN client? On my machine, right? So let me open this portal from here. Let me close this window. We'll use portal.azure.com. Okay. Here I need to use my email ID. So where is my email ID? Next. Mail ID. Let me just check that, cancel this and sign in another way. User password. Oh, what is my password now? Great. That's correct. Okay, let me close this window. Let me close this window. Okay. I need to add this. Just a minute, team. I need to do this. Let me stop my sharing. And let me go on mute because I need to do the authentication. Okay. So allow me.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just add my security code for this one. This is 864543. 864543. And then verify. Okay, let me share my screen again. Desktop 2 and then share. All right, no, not required right now. Okay. So let me check whether this is done. I guess this part is done. See here, saved virtual network gateway. Now let me get inside my virtual machine. So this is my on-prem. Okay. So, and it is connected to my portal. I have just logged in into my portal. I hope screen is visible, team. Just give me a confirmation.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now from here, we need to get inside this VNG. And over here on the settings, we have point to site connectivity. See here? And this option you need to download. So let's wait for a while. Okay, done. Now let me get inside my Explorer, right? Here, right click and then extract all. Done. Now here there are multiple options, so you can go for any one. I will go for this one and then hit on run. So let's go for the more info and run anyway. Yes. Let's wait for a while. So this is my Explorer. Let me just close this window and let's see. Okay, see here, you can see that this VPN is coming now. Once you install it, now here you need to click on connect. right? And then you can go for connect, or you can do the add VPN. So let me just click on connect and then hit on connect, continue. So are we done? Yes. All right, now we are done. See here, like this, you can connect to your account, right? VPN. So see here, now I'm connected to the VPNs. Now suppose, for example, I wanted to take the RDP. So I will do that RDP by using RDP connection. See here, this is my RDP and this is from the different network, right? This is not from my, this is inside my central US location and I'm accessing the West US 2 network. And inside that, whatever the virtual machines are present inside that network, that we are going to add access, right? So for this, right now, to take the RDP directly, I don't have the public IP address, right? So how I can do that? So over here, in that virtual machine, so this is my VM, and this is my third virtual machine. So whatever the IP address, see here, this is my IP address. So copy that IP address and paste it over here. So let me just go from here itself. Get inside the virtual machine. On this virtual machine, we have this third VM, and the third VM is having private IP address. So copy that. Copy this, and then we need to paste it over here, right? So I will use like this, right click and then paste. Okay. So this is not possible. As per our understanding, we can take only RDP of public IP address, but as this is connected to my VPNs, now by using the private IP address as well, I can connect, right? So I will go for Azure user, which is my username, and then my password. Okay, and then click on OK. See here, connect. See, you can connect to the third VM with private IP address because it is connected to the VPNs. Is this clear? How to connect your point to site connectivity? How to do the point to site connectivity? Yes, team, is this clear? Quick thumbs up or something like any
Yeah,
confirmation?
it's fine.
Yeah. So how you will get to know about these things once you perform these connections and once you perform this demonstration, then and then only you will get to know about it. Okay. So you can follow the recordings as well as I will share this link with you. So whenever you wanted to follow that steps, you can go through this one. Okay. So this is the one. So we are done with the point to site connectivity and this and that, everything. Now, let me just go for my resource group and let me delete it. Delete each and everything because we have created so many things right now. VNG, firewall, and all these things are the costlier services. So I don't want to waste anything, or I just want to do the best practices of my cost consumption. See here, those many resources are there. So what I will do, I will delete this resource group. Okay. So it will work in the back end. Now we are done with the major part of the networking. We are understand how to create the bastion, how to create the firewall, how to create the VNG, how to do the point to site networking. Now, if you remember, there is one more concept which is called ASG. ASG, which is Application Security Group. So I will not do any kind of a demonstration right now for this is ASG, but I will give you the heads up. What is mean by NSG and ASG? NSG, you already know. if I want to control inbound and outbound traffic for my virtual machine, then I will go for network security group. ASG is kind of a complementing NSG if you want to restrict something else. So suppose for example, this is my virtual network. Okay, this is my virtual network. Here we have subnets. So let me just put like this. Here we have the subnet. Let's say this is my subnet 1. This is my subnet 2. Okay. We have some VMs here, which are web servers. And we have some virtual machines here. Those are SQL servers. Database server. SQL or database server. Right? So like that. Now what I want, whatever the NSG is there. So I have attached that NSG to this as well as to this because there are common inbound and outbound port rules. So we have associated both the subnets for my NSG. Okay, done. By using that, I have enabled my inbound port rule that anyone can access my web servers. Right? So with the help of same thing, anyone can access my subnet to database server as well. So for that, what I need to do, I need to create a separate NSG for subnet 1, separate NSG for subnet 2. But I don't want to do that. I just want to restrict whoever is accessing my web server, they can't access my database server. That's it, done. So if I want to do that, then for my subnet 2, what I can do, I will add it as a ASG, application security group. I will choose ASG as my complementing that NSG, or onto that NSG, if you want to create more control, then you can go for the application security group. Now what we will do, we will attach my ASG to my NSG first, or whatever the virtual machine. Suppose let's say this is your virtual machine and you want to restrict that virtual machine by getting accessed by anyone else, or you want to restrict this virtual machine to access from the RDP. You can't take the RDP. I wanted to restrict that. These virtual machines can access RDP, right? So to allow RDP is having priority of 200, right? Allow RDP is a rule, inbound rule. So this RDP is having priority as 200. Now this is 200. Okay. Now whenever we are creating the ASG, application security group, we need to create another rule which is having deny RDP. And we need to create the priority before 200. So I will say that it is 150. 150 or 199, any priority number you need to put. But it should appear before the allow RDP, right? And then this deny RDP is connected to your ASG. And that ASG you can connect to that subnets or that virtual machines. So in my NSG, there are two rules. One is deny RDP, which is having the priority of 150. Another one is allow RDP, which is having priority of 200. So as per the priority, NSG will follow first 150, right? So it will follow 150th priority. And it will check for these sub servers, you can't take the RDP. So it will go for deny RDP. So this is only attached to this servers, not this servers. So for other ones, if I wanted to take the RDP of these servers inside my subnet 1, it will go for allow RDP. Because deny RDP is only connected to the ASG and ASG is connected to the servers inside the subnet 2. So for others, it will go for allow RDP because this is kind of useless for these servers. So like that, it will go for a priority like this. I will also share one document for ASG if you want to just try out. Okay. And then just have a look. Okay. So this part is also done for the ASG. Now let's go for another part, which is our load balancer. Right? Now let's go for load balancer. Now, to create the load balancing and all these things, what we are going to do? We are going to create one virtual network. Okay. We are going to create one single virtual network. Sorry for my hand drawing. So this will be my one virtual network. So I will put the name as VNet1. In that virtual network, I will create some virtual machines inside the availability set. To give you the more availability, we can put the availability set. I will say that first virtual machine VM1, and this is my second virtual machine VM2. Okay. So this is my VM1, this is my VM2, and everyone we will create it by using no PIP, no public IP address. So because same thing, if you want to take the RDP of this, you can create a NAT rule inside the load balancers as well. Now this will be my Windows operating system. This will be my Linux operating system. Now why I'm creating that? Just to understand the flow. So it will, whatever is accessible from the load balancer, how it works, right? Sometimes it will go for this virtual machine 1, sometimes it will go for virtual machine 2. It will follow the rule of round robin principle. Okay. So we'll go for this. This is my availability set. One more virtual machine I will create inside availability zone. Inside the availability zone, I will create one more machine. So this will be my third VM, VM3. And this is again no public IP address. And this will be Windows operating system only. Okay, that's it. Now, to manage the access or to manage the traffic, we are going to create load balancer in front of them. Load balancer in front of them with health check. Right? With health check. Now to access my virtual machines, I will use load balancer. So this will be connecting to this and that. This is my virtual machine. This is my one virtual machine. And this is my third virtual machine. Like that. Okay. So users will be accessing it from the load balancer. So load balancer is only having the public IP address. My virtual machines will not have the public IP address. Not required. Okay. So let's create this scenario. Now, to do that, let me just get inside. See here, this part is done. Let me just check. Still, it is deleting my virtual resource group. So what I can do, let's go for where we can do. Let's create one virtual network, right? So this is my virtual network. I will create inside the new resource group, and the naming convention is load balancer. Okay, RGLB. Okay. Now here virtual network name, I will put that VNet load balancer, right? Instead of the central US, I can go for central US, or I will go for West US too. Okay, let's go for the West US too. Security, IP address. IP address is this, that is fine for me. And this is my default subnet, that is okay for me. Done. That's it. Now, to increase the availability, we have already discussed about what is mean by availability set and availability zone. Availability zone is a feature, so we don't need to create anything. But availability set is within a data center. If you want to put your virtual machine in a separate racks, then you need to create availability set. See here, this is my availability set. So first of all, before you are creating your virtual machines, you need to create a availability set, right? So I will choose my resource group as RGLB. I will choose AV set names like this. Okay, West US 2. Fault domain 2 is okay for me. Update domain 5 is okay for me. And then in advanced, nothing. There is one more option, proximity placement group. So what is mean by proximity placement group? So what you are saying by using the availability set? So what you are saying by using the availability set? This is my data center. Okay, this is my data center. And these are my racks. Okay, these are all my racks. So there are multiple racks, right? They are divided in the fault domain, FD0, FD1, FD2, like that, FD0, FD1, FD2, and so on, right? Same thing for UD1, UD, UD0, 1, UD2, UD3, UD4, UD0 again, and so on, right? So like that, there are multiple racks. So this is my rack 1, rack 2, rack 3, rack 4, rack 5, rack 6, like that. And it will go in a repetitive manner. So if there are 100 racks, right? There are 100 racks. So Microsoft, you are saying that by using that availability set, keep my virtual machines in a separate racks, which is having this combination. So in which rack? You can't specify that. Okay. Maybe I will put my first virtual machine over here. I will put my second virtual machine in this FD0, and then here we have the UD0 or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will keep my virtual machine over here. Separate rack, right? Which is having the separate fault domain and update domain. So I will keep anywhere. So it may be far from each other. So like that. But in the proximity placement group will come under that when we are having the heavy workloads. Heavy workloads like SAPs and all HANA and all kind of things are there. That servers need to be there in a separate racks. That is okay. But they have to be near to each other. So if I'm keeping my first virtual machine here, please put my second virtual machine in next to the first virtual machine. Again, the same thing over here and here. So it means what? You are requesting Microsoft to keep your virtual machines physically also near to each other. Physically near to each other, right? In that availability set, you are just requesting Microsoft to keep your virtual machine in a different racks as per your combination, fault domain and update domain. That's it. But by using that proximity placement group, you are keeping your all virtual machine near to each other. So the latency is less, really very less. So whenever we are performing that SAP workloads, copy, migrations or anything, they are not working in the sequential manner. They are doing it in the parallel manner, right? So to do that, there are multiple servers or nodes are working behind the scene. So to do that, we need all the VMs near to each other physically as well. So for that, we have this option, which is a proximity placement group. So for that, you need to create that proximity placement group first, and then you need to keep your virtual machines over there, right? So right now we don't need that. So I will create availability set, right? And then hit on create. Done. Now, once we create that, we are good to go, right? Now, one more thing that I need, it is there somewhere in my drives. So let me just select my drive. Some files are there. Terraform. Just a minute. Text.html. SPN. Ah, yeah, got it. So let me just download that page. Else, let me just open it. Okay. All right, got it. Now let's go for it. So this is my resource. So this is done. Now let's create our virtual machines. So what we need to do, we need to create two virtual machines in availability set, one virtual machine in availability zone. So let me create quickly one virtual machine. First virtual machine, we'll put it in RGLB, and this will be my VM1. Okay. And then it is in my West US 2 itself. Availability zone, no, we will put it inside the availability set, and we need to choose the availability set, which is this. Now, after that, here standard tier, and first virtual machine is Windows operating system. So we'll choose that Windows operating system. 2 vCPU, okay for me. Azure user, right? And then instead of this password, I will put, or else I will write it somewhere. Okay, let me just copy that. Control C, and here Control V. Okay, done. For this, I will use HTTP and HTTPS as well, right? Once we are done, let me just get inside the networking part, and let me put it in the same network. So let's wait. We are using the VNet LB, and same thing for this. Instead of the public IP address, we are not going with the public IP address, and then review. Okay, and create. And then hit on create. Let's start the deployment. Okay, now let's go for the second virtual machine. My second virtual machine will be Linux operating system. Okay, and here also we need that web server. So let me go for this one. Let's select RGLB, and this is my VM2. West US 2 availability set. We need to choose availability set. Here, same one. Here I will go for the standard one. Here I will go for Ubuntu latest. And then to vCPU and username, I will go for the username and password. And here Azure user. And instead of this one, paste password, paste. Okay. Now, once we are done here, I will also open HTTP and HTTPS. Okay. So this part is also done. Go to the networking, choose your VNet, choose your default subnet, and here choose none as an option. Then yes, here it is a it is Linux account. So we can use our cloud in it. So I will put that. See, to enable the web server on my Linux virtual machine, I need to first of all start my VM. After that, I need to get inside the directory. Then we need to update everything, and then we need to install Apache 2, right? So Apache 2 is the web server. Either you can install Nginx or Apache 2, right? So I will go for this. So while creating the virtual machine, it will also create my this web server on it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's wait for a while. And till that time, let's go for third virtual machine from here. Put it in the same resource group. I will put VM3. West US2 only, and yes, the third virtual machine, we need to put it in the zone, right? So Azure selected zone, will choose that, or self-selected zone. So I wanted to put it inside the second zone, not the first zone. Okay. So once you do that, what you can do, you can go for the standard, you can go for the virtual machine, Windows operating system in zone 2. 3 are supported. Okay, so let me just put it inside my zone 3. Okay, will that work? Yes, okay. So now let me just put the name as Azure user and then password. Let me just copy that password. Control C, Control V, here also Control V. Okay. And here also I will go for HTTP, HTTPS and RDP because this is Windows operating system. Let me just check quickly. Yes, it is Windows operating system. And then we'll go for the networking part. From here, I will choose my network, subnet, and here we will cancel out that public IP address and then review and create. Okay, so let me go for this one as well, create. And here also create. Okay, both the things are done. Let's wait now. So once we are ready with our virtual machines and all, then we can go for the next part. Okay, so let's check my other one. Okay, so this VM is done. So this is my VM number 2, I guess, right? So this is my Linux virtual machine. Now let's wait for this one. And till that time, let me open Cloud Shell. So we'll talk about this Cloud Shell as well. Okay. So once we are done with this virtual networking and complete part, we'll go for the Cloud Shell part. So here, this is my Cloud Shell. Now, I need to run something. I need to get inside my PowerShell window. Okay. And let me just make some changes on my script. So there is one script. Let me just make the changes on it. VM capital install. And then VM. Okay, instead of East US, it is West US 2. West US 2. And RGLB is the resource group name. Okay, perfect. So we already know about that we can create web server. We can install IIS web server on our Windows operating system by using that feature, right? IIS. But instead of that, if I wanted to install web server on my two virtual machines or multiple virtual machines in a one go itself, then what I can do? So should I go for each and every virtual machine and enable the feature? No. So it will take some time. So instead of that, what you can do, you can just paste this command. See here, this command is public settings. So it will use that Windows feature, which is a web server. Now on which resource group you need to add the variables of it. So this is RGLB. What is the name of my virtual machine? So let me just quickly go for my virtual machines and let's see the names. So my virtual machine 1 and virtual machine 3 is Windows operating system, right? So here I can make the changes on it. This is in a West US 2 region. So I will choose that West US 2 region, and then what it will do, it will set the extension. What is the extension? IIS is the extension on which resource group and on which virtual machine. So that's it, right? Now once we are done, let me just hit on enter. So it will take some time to give me that output, which is a Windows operating system. Now I'm not able to check that because there is no public IP address right now, right? So what we can do, let me just, till it is working, let me just do one thing. Let's get inside the virtual machines. Okay, so here we have the virtual machine, and inside the network security group, inside the network settings, we have already enabled HTTP and HTTPS. But let me also add one port rule, which is for all. Okay, so instead of the destination, I will go for open for all, any destination, everything, and I will choose that allow all. Now, whenever you are creating the virtual machine, it will not give you the access to choose your NSG. Otherwise, we could have created one NSG and use that same NSG for each and every virtual machine. But now, as this is done by Microsoft only, so what we can do, we can also add one NSG for each and every one. But what we are going to do, instead of that, let it be. Let's go for the each and every virtual machine quickly. So this is my virtual machine 2. Go for the virtual network settings, right? And see here, I will add the rule, inbound rule. So here I will go for star and simple allow all. Okay, and then add it. Same thing I will do for my third virtual machine, right? Networking settings, add the rule for inbound port rules. Here I will go for allow all, and here I will do that destination port is star. Okay, and then add it. That's it. Now we are opening all the virtual machines to access anything, or someone if wants to access anything from the virtual machine, that is okay, right? So that's it for this NSG part. Now we are good to go. Now let me check over here. So still it is going on. So let me just wait for a while. Okay. Now, how to check that whether it is getting installed or not? So let me just get inside the virtual machine. And over here, let me just go for backup and recovery operations, security. There is one option for extension. Application security group, network manager, settings. Yes, see here. Now you can see that this is still in the transitioning mode, right? We need that succeeded option. So over here as well, inside the VM3, if you can go for this, you will get that IAS. Let me just go for this, refresh the page. Maybe it is doing one by one. Okay, so let's go for it. Now we are done. We are done from our end. We are just installing the IES page as well. So it will work on that. So now what we need to do, let's go for our main agenda, which is a load balancer. Now, if I'm searching from here, load balancer, there are multiple options for the load balancer. See here, we have the load balancer, we have application gateway. In the this one, DNS load balancing, we have the traffic manager. Content delivery, we have the front door, right? So there are multiple options we have. So we have total 4 options. Out of that, we are going to demonstrate on 3 options only. Now, to do that, what we need to do, let's start with the load balancer. So to create a load balancer, there are 2 options. One is a public load balancer. Another one is the private load balancer or internal load balancer. Or you can also go for, there is one more option coming, gateway load balancer. So we are not going to create the gateway load balancer. We are going for the standard one. And here you can see 2 options. One is public, one is internal. So we'll go for the public one. Now, whenever you are creating the public one, then here you have options, whether you want the regional one or you want the global. So let's do one thing. Let me just create that RGLB. And then here, this is my load balancer for West US 2. Okay. So for West US 2. And this is one. Now, what is difference between this? So let me just open the pane from here as well. Okay. Pane from here. Draw. Okay. Now, what is mean by this? So suppose I'm saying that, let me just do like this. This is my public load balancer and this is my internal load balancer. So this will act as a house. So in your house, there are multiple doors, right? So every room has door. So if you have a bedrooms, there is a multiple for doors are there, right? So like that, these are internal doors. But for your house, there is a main door, which is a publicly accessible, right? So if someone wants to access it, that is your public load balancer, which is your main door. And inside that, there are multiple internal doors, which is called as an internal load balancer. Now, what happened? There are multiple virtual machines, right? We are keeping that virtual machines in the availability zone and availability set, and those are web servers. Those are web servers, right? So you are creating the load balancer over here. So this is my load balancer. This is my VM, VM, and VM like this. And users are accessing this load balancer because web server is the front end. Web server is a front end, right? Now, this is the public load balancer because it is available to public, right? That's why this is called as a public load balancer. It is also having the public IP address. Now, let's suppose there are multiple database servers. We have pool of database servers as well, right? Multiple servers. So these are also virtual machines. Now, we don't want to put them in front of load balancer, which is a publicly accessible. Otherwise, some of the virtual machines are getting served by users, which is web server, and some of them getting that DB server. But this is a backend because virtual machine needs to access the database server, right? So what we are doing, so whatever the request is coming from any virtual machine, so it is acts as a request. So this is our next load balancer, which is connected to the backend database servers. Okay. And this is called as internal load balancer, right? So this is called as internal load balancer. Now, sometimes what happened, this is regional. So if my primary public load balancer is present in West US2, my second internal load balancer also present in the West US2. I can add multiple load balancers as well. Okay. So like that, we can create the scenario. Now, global means what? Sometimes what happened? Some data servers are present in this some data servers are present in the West US2 region. But let's say some of the data servers are present in other region, let's say East US region, and these all are in a West US region, right? So what I can do? So for that, what I need to do, I need to create another internal load balancer, right? I need to create another internal load balancer which is present in the East US region, right? Because for the backend server, they have to be in the same region only. But now from here, what I can do, that public IP address is global. If it is global, then we can connect to the internal load balancer, which is present in the second region. So like that. So this is the scenario. So you can go for the regional or you can go for the global, right? So let me just close this one, right? Control all and delete. Done. Now, see here, like this, you can create your internal or public load balancer and you can create your regional or global load balancer. Now we will go for the public one and we will go for the regional load balancers only. Okay, simple. I'm not going to create any internal load balancer here. Now, after that, here you need to provide the front end IP configuration. So this will be my front end. Front end will be my public IP address. So I need to put the public IP address LB-PIP, right? This is IPv4 IP address and here we need to select. So this is my front end. Let me just open the door. Okay, just give me 5. Okay, now I can put the naming convention as a front end where I'm. So I will put that front end, right? Now here IP address, I will go with the IP address and here I will create a new public IP address, which is my load balancer public IP address. Okay, simple. And this is Microsoft network only, zone redundant, and then save it. And gateway load balancer, we don't need anything and then save it. That's it. Done. So this is my front end, which is having that public IP address. Now let's go for the backend pool. So inside the backend pool, we need to first of all put the naming convention, which is back-pool. I will put the naming convention like this. And then here you need to choose your virtual network, which is present in the same region of the load balancer, right? Now, either you can go through the NIC cards, either you can go through the IP addresses. So I will go for the add this one, and I wanted to add all three virtual machines. So if you have a multiple virtual machine, you can see that two virtual machines are in the availability set. One is present in the availability zone, which is not present over here. Now I can just add this and then I can keep save. This is my backend pool. Now after that, we need to also create the inbound rules. So if you want to create the inbound NAT rule, you can go for it, or else you can just create your load balancing rule. So I will put that LB hyphen rule, right? I will put that like this. And here front end is this, back end is this, TCP port number 80. I'll put that port number 80. Back end port again 80 number port because we are accessing it, right? Session persistence. Session persistence means what? If I'm the user and I'm just refreshing my page, then in the backend, it will go for the same server or the virtual machine. So if you want to add the session persistent, you can add that. Right now, I don't want that. Ideal timeout, it will check after every 4 minutes. Enable TCP reset, floating IPs, I don't need anything. Outbound source, nothing else, and then save it. Done. Okay, let me just add, oh yes, health probe. We need to also add the health probe, which will check my servers are ready or not, or my servers are live or not, right? So if one of the server is down due to any reason, maybe fault domain or the updations or anything like that, then it will check after every 5 minutes whether it is alive or not. If it is alive, then it will be redirected from the load balancer. Otherwise, it will discard it, or it will take the decision that load balancer will send that request to any other VMs. Okay. So now we need to add that rule. And then what we can do, we can just save it. That's it. And then hit on save. Now I guess we are good to go. Outbound rules. If load balancer wants to add access something, no, I don't want that. Go for the review and create. Simple. Let me just do that. Done. So this is how it will work. Load balancer is just kind of a transport layer. So in OSI models, there are multiple layers, right? Physical layer. After that, we have an application layer, transport layer, and all these things. So this is working on the transport layer. Whatever data is, whatever the request is coming over there, we are just accessing that, right? Now, coming over here, let me just check whether my VMs are ready on the IAS page or not. Okay. So for that, let me just get inside my extensions. Provisioning succeeded. Perfect. So this is for my VM1. Let me go for VM3. Okay, this is still in the transitioning, but still I have VM1 and VM2 ready. Okay, so I can at least go for my load balancer. And then here in that settings, you will get that front end IP address. Copy that front end IP address, paste it over here, remove this, and then hit on enter. See here, Ubuntu, right? You can also try it by using the public IP address. So somewhere you will get that IAS page, right? So let me just give you that. So if you want, you can also try it out. Okay. So this is how it works. Load balancer. Now let's go for the second one, which is our application gateway. Now what happened here? My load balancer, if you can see that inside the load balancer, this is a regional basis. It means you can only connect the virtual network which are present in the same region. That is the one part. Another part, you can connect to the virtual network and you can connect to the virtual machines and VMSS only. You can connect only VMSS and virtual machines. There is no other option. But let's say you don't want to work on your transport layer, you want to work directly on your application layer, which will support SSL offloading, which will support the web application firewall. If you can see here on my Azure portal, there is one more option for firewall. If I'm searching for that firewall, there is a web application firewall policy. So if you want to restrict your backend server by using on the level of applications, how you can access and who can access what. So these options are not present in the load balancers, right? So if I wanted to go beyond the limit of load balancer, even I don't want to connect only to my virtual machines. In the backend, maybe I have a web applications. Maybe I have other options, right? Containers are there. So right now we are on to our microservices. We can create our container, we can create our web application. It is not like that we are already always going with the virtual machines. So to support the backend pool, for VMs, containers, web applications and all, we have a application gateways, right? So for that we have an application gateway. Now to create the application gateway. So whenever there is a gateway, you need to create a separate subnet for it. So let's get inside the subnet, any subnet, that is not the compulsion. So here you don't have any other things. So I will put that subnet name as application gateway, app gateway, like this. Okay. There is no compulsion that you need to select it from here only. Okay. So I will choose that. This is my 24. This is my 1.0/24. That is okay for me. And then let's go for add. We just need some subnet which is only dedicated for the application gateway. That's it, nothing else, right? So this is my default subnet where we have our all servers, and this is my blank subnet which we are using it for our application gateway. Now for that, first of all, let's get inside the load balancer. So we are done with the load balancer part. Now let's go for the application gateway. So this is my application gateway, and see here, this is something application gateways for containers, which is Kubernetes services and all these things are there. So you can also put your application gateway in front of the Kubernetes servers, right? But Kubernetes is already having that, so you don't need to worry about it. But they are also using the load balancer. Instead of that, if you want to implement the application gateway, you can do that. Now for this, we will choose that app gateway, which is in that West US 2. Okay, so like that, West US 2. Standard, yes, we will go for the standard one. Enable auto scaling. If you want to enable the auto scaling, you can go for it. You want to add that instance count, you can go for it. Okay. So it will also have the capability to increase and decrease the number of instances to handle the traffic. Not only your virtual machine can do the scaling, your load balancer also can do the scaling, but normal load balancer can't do the scaling. Only application gateway and more than that can do the scaling part. Okay. So this is one of the option we have. Another thing, we will go for the HTTP2. That is okay for me. This is a federal information that is disabled for me. That is okay. And then you need to choose your VNet. Right now, once you choose your VNet, see here, automatically it is taking that application gateway subnet because it is only a blank subnet, right? Now next you need to add the front end. Now this option is also not present in your load balancer. It is present over here. Now, if you want to create the public load balancer, if you want to make it private, or if you want to make accessible for the private as well as the public. So for example, when we are creating the load balancer, there were options. Either you can go for public, either you can go for private or internal. You can't go for both. So here that option is present. Either you want to go for private or public, or you want to enable both. So my same application gateway can be act as an internal or can be act as a public. So now we need to add the public IP address. So I will make it as a public one only, and let's add the public IP address, which is application gateway PIP. Okay, like this, and then hit on OK. Now, once we are done, we'll go for the backend. Now let's add the backend pool. I will choose the backend pool as back pool, same name, right? And then here, so see here, add backend pool without targets, backend target. So if you want to create that, you can just do that, and afterwards you can add the backend pools. Now here we have the option, see, virtual machines, VMSs, as well as the app services. So if I'm creating the containers by using the app services, I can add that as well. Or if you have that IP addresses or DNS name, that also fine. So you can add that as well. But right now we do have only the virtual machines. So target, which virtual machines you want to attach? I will go for one by one. See here, it is attaching that IP address, private IP address by using the private IP address. So this is my third one. I will go for second virtual machine. Now I will go for third virtual machine, right? So the connection is on the level of private IP address, or I can say that duplicate. Okay, wait. I need to choose this one. Okay, so this is my third one. Now, once I add all three backend pools, now let's go for the configuration. Now we have already added the front end. We have already added the backend. Now rule. So in that rule, again, like a load balancer rule. So we need to add the app rule, right? Priority, you can just put it as 100, right? And here we have the listener, and then we have backend target. So first of all, let's go for the listener. I will put that naming convention as HTTP listener, right? And then here public IP address, that is okay for me. HTTPS, that is okay. 80 number port, basic, that's done. Now here, if you want to put the message, bad gateway or forbidden 403 or anything, though you can just add that URL. So if someone don't get whatever they want, suppose for example, they are getting that this is my online shopping website, and they are searching for something which is not present in my application, right? So it means that this is a forbidden. It means they are not able to access what you are asking, right? So if it is there, then which URL you want to send? So suppose you have created one HTML page which is saying that this option is not present like that, then you can add that HTML file URL here. For the bad gateway as well, you can just put it like this, right? And then you can add. Now, we also need to add the backend target. So here we have the backend pools. Now, we already have the backend pool. You can just select that. Backend settings are not there, so you need to create one. Same thing like a health probe. So this is my BK rule, like that, and then 80 number port, and see here all these things are there. Request timeout 20 seconds, override backend path, I don't need to add. And here we also have that override new host name if you want to override that. Create a custom probes if you want to add that, you can just add it, and that's it. Now here there is one more option, which is add multiple target to create path-based routing. Means what? If your servers, if we have a multiple servers, for example, VM1, 2, 3, right? So let's say I have 3 virtual machines, and each virtual machine is having some particular working. So for example, this is for music, this is for movies like that, and this is for images like that, right? So if this is your application gateway and you wanted to make as a path-based routing, so if someone is asking for the music, then it will redirect it to this virtual machine. If it is asking for the movies, then it will redirect it to this server and like this. So this is what called as a multiple target to create a path based. So if you want to make as a path based, you can just use this option. Okay. Now we don't need to add anything. Now we are good to go. This is my listener. So this is also done, and then let's add it. Now once we are done, let's go for the review and create it. So understood, there are some differences in the normal load balancer and in an application gateway, right? So application gateway will give you, so instead of this is a load balancer, right? What we have done, parallelly we have created application gateway, right? We have created application gateway, and for that, again, what we did, 3 servers in the backend, right? So now this will give you web application firewall extra part. After that, by using the application gateway, you can, from the load balancer only, you can add VMs or VMSS. But here I can add VMs, VMSS, as well as app services, ASPs, right? So this is one option. Also, it is having SSL offloading. Now, what is mean by SSL offloading? Sometimes what happened, you are accessing HTTP. After that, you are sometimes maybe using that HTTPS. So whether my application belongs to HTTP and you are searching for HTTPS, then it will remove that S from that, which is a SSL offloading, and then it will convert it into the HTTP, right? So these are the things we have in the application gateway on top of that load balancer. So when to choose what? If you have the backend servers in the virtual machine and VMSS only, normal, and you want that cost optimization solution, go for load balancer. If with the load balancer you want the WAF feature, web application firewall policy, you wanted to attach, your backend servers are also in that app service plans, and you want the SSL offloading feature, go for application gateway. Now both of them are having public IP address, right? So if you want to access it, there is a public IP address only. But let's say I wanted to do the routings and all by using a route based or custom domain based. So here, for example, if you want to access the load balancer or application gateway, you need to search for public IP address. But let's say I wanted to access makemytrip.com or facebook.com or google.com. So this is what DNS based routing. So if you want to go for DNS based routing, then there is another service which is called as traffic manager. Right? The third service is the traffic manager. Now this will give you DNS based routing, as well as there are 6 routing methods. So as per your requirement, you can choose one. That options are not present here. And this is DNS based routing. right? Now let's start with the traffic manager. And what we are going to do, either you can put your VMs in the backend, or else you can put this load balancer and the application gateways in the backend. The major part is whatever you are accessing in the backend, they should have the DNS name. So right now we have only public IP address. We don't have the DNS configuration. So we need to do that. And then only we can attach it in the backend server of the traffic manager. Okay. So let me just first of all get inside this. So this part is already done. And let me go for this one. So this is my application gateway. Still it is taking some time. So let's wait. Okay. So till that time, let's go for the traffic manager. See here, this is my traffic manager. Now, before we are doing anything with the traffic manager, first of all, we need to get inside public IP addresses. We need to get inside the public IP addresses. See here. And we need to configure DNS name for it. So see here, there is a configuration option and DNS name, any name you can just put. I will put that LB PIP like that. That's fine. So this will be LB PIP and the DNS name is .westus2.cloudapp.azure.com. Okay, save it. Done. Now, once we are done with this, we need to get inside the another one. So here also same thing. I will do application gateway PIP like this. And this will be agw-pip .westus2cloudapp.azure.com. Okay. So once we are done, let's save this. This one, right? Done. So these two are done. Still it is running the deployment for the application gateway. It is taking some time, so don't worry about it. Now let's go for the traffic manager. So traffic manager, the best part of the traffic manager is it is supporting DNS based routing. That is okay, but it is having 6 routing methods. Now what 6 routing methods? What is mean by that? That part we are going to understand now. Okay. So first of all, here we will create traffic manager TM for West US 2. Okay. And here these are my routing methods. What are that? Performance, wattage, then priority, then geography and multi-value and subnet. Now what is mean by that? So let's discuss these things. Okay. So first of all, let's go for the performance. So have you ever experienced that? So if I am searching google.com from India location, I am getting Indian searches. If you are searching same message, if you are putting same message in google.com itself, but from the different location, maybe you are searching from US location, they are giving you the US options, right? So the searches depends on the region. Now to do that, there in front of it, there is a traffic manager, which is a performance, right? Now what happened? There are some servers. So this is my virtual machine, which is present in India location. So some servers are present in India location, which are having the backend database data from the India location itself. Okay. And some of the servers are present in US location or any other locations, right? Now, because of the traffic manager, if the user is from India location, and if we are using the performance as our traffic manager routing method, then what will happen? Traffic manager will check this request is coming from the India location. So the nearest location is which? India. So traffic manager will send that request to the Indian servers. And that's why you are getting the searches from the India location itself. If you are from the US, then traffic manager will recognize that you are from US and it will redirect you to the nearest location. Okay. Now suppose you are from the East US location and this is present in the Central US. We don't have anything in the East US, but still it is a nearest location for you. So it will redirect you to the Central US location. Whatever is your nearest location server, traffic manager will take the decision on it. Okay. Now, after that, here we have a wattage. In wattage, what happened? This is my traffic manager. There are multiple backend servers, right? So this is my server 1, this is my server 2, like that, right? So these are my backends. Now, wattage means what? If someone is accessing the traffic manager, you need to decide first what is the wattage of this and that. If you remember, there is a web application. In that, there is a wattage feature of the traffic manager. It means you can decide, okay, if many people are accessing my traffic manager, 60% will go for this, 40% traffic will go for second server. Like that. You can divide your load. So that is what the wattage. So percentage. How much percentage will go over here? How much percentage will go over there, right? Then we have priority. So let's suppose we have a traffic manager and then we have a multiple servers in the backend. So this is my server 1, this is my server 2, like that. Now, I wanted to make sure about that. If my first server is down, then and then only users will redirected to the second server. So for that, you need to decide the priority. So this is my first priority. This is my second priority. So if this is down, then and then only users are going for the second server. Otherwise, only server 1 will be served by the users, right? So this is how that wattage, performance wattage and priority works. Now, the next part is, so I will go for the third one, which is geography. Now, what happened inside the geography? Geography is near about performance, but traffic manager is not taking the decision what is your nearest location or what is your nearest server. Here you are deciding if my user is from US location. So if the request is coming from the US location, you will be always redirected to India location. So this is my server 1. So this you need to decide which geography. So for this particular location, which geography is for the for you need to choose as a backend server. You can choose same thing. So for that, this is here we have the US. This is maybe you wanted to make sure about that. Whoever is accessing, they will be redirected to this particular geography. So like that, this is what the geography based. After that, here we have multi-value. Multi-value is on IPv4 and IPv6. Some servers are on IPv4, right? Some servers, backend servers are on IPv6. It can be happen because traffic manager is not only related to your Azure resource. In the backend, you can also attach other cloud services as well. So if your backend servers are present in AWS cloud or Google cloud or anywhere else, it will take that as well. But in load balancer and application gateway, that option was not there, right? But traffic manager has. Now here in front of that, we are putting the traffic manager. If the request is coming from IPv4 or IPv6. So like that, it will redirect to the backend server. And then at the end, we have the subnet. So here you can decide which subnet you want to serve whenever there are users are asking for the traffic manager. Then which backend server, subnet 1 or subnet 2, like that, which one you want to provide. So like that, here we have the subnet option. So like that, this is the what I can say, the best part of traffic manager. These options you will never get in your application gateway as well as in your load balancer, right? So I will choose performance, right? Performance only, and then this is my West US. So see here, resource group location. It is a global. It doesn't mean that it is a regional basis. If your servers are present anywhere, the backend pools are present in anywhere. Maybe it is present in the West US, East US, India location, or any location. It is global. Traffic manager is global. So that is also another advantage, right? So we'll go for this traffic manager. First of all, let me just create that traffic manager. And once we are starting with that, let me just go for my application gateway now. See here, when we are searching for the load balancer, see, this is my load balancer. This we have already demonstrated. It is working fine. This is my application gateway. So application gateway is now up and running. So we can just get inside the application gateway. Inside the settings, here we have the configuration. No, not this one. Where is my front end? On the overview page itself. Yes, see here, this is my public IP address. So we need to copy this public IP address, copy that, and then paste it over here. Remove this. And then hit on enter. See here, IIS page. Right? So like that, this is working. So it will give you any one of the server which is up and running, okay, by using their own rules. So Microsoft will not ask you what kind of rules we need to follow and this and that. Everything will be managed by Microsoft itself, okay? So with this, we are done with the application gateways and the load balancer. Now, let me just go for the traffic manager. So now my traffic manager is ready because we have not added the front end, back end, and this and that, right? So it is a plain traffic manager, and then we are going to add our endpoints. So endpoint is nothing but your backend, and we are going to access it by using this URL. So this is my DNS. Now, first of all, let's add the endpoints, right? So let's wait. So here, from here, we need to add the endpoint. So endpoint is nothing but your backend. So see here, either it is a Azure endpoint or the external sources or the nested endpoint. Whatever you want, you can just choose that. So I will say that END point one, endpoint one, okay? Enable that endpoint, target resource type. I will say that public IP address. This is not the app service or the cloud service or the app service slot. I will say that public IP address. Target resource, I will choose load balancer public IP address, right? So this is what, this is my performance. Okay, enable and then add it. Simple, you don't need to add any other things. You just need to add your endpoints. That's it, done, right? Now, once we are done with this, we will go for the next part, which is another endpoint. So I will go for one more endpoint, right? I will put the naming convention as end point 2. Let me just put it like endpoint 2, right? Here, this is again public IP address, and here I will choose that this one, application gateway public IP address, and then hit on OK, add. Done. Now, once we are done with this, let me just go for my overview page and then let me just refresh it quickly. Maybe at the first start, it will take some time. Okay. So let me just go for this one and paste it. Okay. See here, it is quick. It works. So like that, we have demonstrated on the traffic manager, on the load balancer and application gateway. But now what is front door? Front door is a content delivery. I will not go do the any kind of demonstration, but I will say that I can put it over here, front door, right? Front door is having capability of traffic manager as well as application gateway. Means if you want to create a front door, you can select the routing methods. It will be on the DNS based routing, as well as it will give you the WAF feature, which is a web application firewall feature. So it is all in one. Now there is one more thing which is called as a CDNs, which is content delivery networks. So content delivery network is one of the service. Okay, this is a separate service. This is not the front door in a proper manner. I can say that this is called as a CDNs. CDNs means what? If I'm searching for any application, for example, let's search for Netflix. Okay, if I'm searching for Netflix, whatever is the data. So for example, this is my logo part. This is my logo. Sign in English. This is get started with and this and that. So these are the things are there which are in a written. So whatever is in the writing is your database part. Means you can put it under keys and value pair. Okay. So that data is coming from your database, or that data to increase the speed and lowers the latency. What we can do, we can put the cache over there. Okay, Redis cache. So that data will not be coming directly from the database actual. It will be coming from your nearest location, which is a cache. But that is okay if it is kind of a keys and value pair, like your writings and all. But what about this image? What about these images? What about some videos are running behind the scene? What is that, right? So these are what? These are the static contents. Static content is, it means it is, you can't change it over the internet. So if it is an image, we need to share it as it is. Video, we need to share it as it is. And these are the things are really very heavy in nature. Heavy means what? If you want to just work with keys and values, if you are searching for keys and values, or you are just reading from google.com, right? If you are just reading it, in the backend, you can observe that if you have opted for 2 GB per day data pack. Okay, this is your internet pack, 2 GB per day. So if for the whole day, if you are reading the things from the Google, like keys and values, if you are searching it or and you are reading it, it will not finish your all data, right? It might be you are downloading 1 GB at the end of the day, right? But instead of that, if you are watching movie, which is heavy in nature, right? So it is a static content and it is having that big size. So if you watch any movie, you can only watch 1 or 2 movies in that 2 GB data space, right? It means the downloading is very, very high. It is kind of, if I can simple say that, this is a person wants to throw small ball to this particular person. Easy, right? That person can easily throw that ball. So this is what your keys and value pair database, right? Simple. But instead of that, now you want to send the same kind of same person, same distance, everything is same. but now the ball size is large. What will happen? Is this practically possible? No, this is not practically possible. This is a huge ball. You can't send, you can't throw it over there, right? Practically, we can't do that. So instead of what we can do, we can put some mediators in between. As the static content is very high, so that's why we are putting mediators in between, and then we are transferring it from here to there, right? We are transferring that content, and at the end, this person will get that huge ball. So like that, these things are nothing but CDNs, content delivery networks, or it is also called as point of PIPs, point in presence. So these are also servers. These are also some kind of a data centers, but in a small in a nature. Very few servers are there. They are just collecting the information and sharing with each and everyone, right? So these are the CDNs is running behind the scene. So if you are accessing anything from the internet, you are not accessing anything directly from the database. You are accessing each and everything from the cache. So this is a cache only, but this is for the static content, which is image, audio files, video files, which are heavy in a nature. And you are using Redis cache kind of things for your keys and value pairs, right? So your data is divided in two parts. Now to do that, Microsoft is not a CDN provider. Microsoft is a cloud provider. Even AWS is not the CDN provider. So there are multiple CDN providers are present in the market. So if you can search, you will get multiple, because if I'm sitting here near to Pune location, I need to access Netflix, then it should be coming from my nearest location. So the CDN server or point of presence has to be there in a Pune location itself. Same thing if I'm doing it from Mumbai location, Nagpur location, or any Delhi location or Kolkata region or anything, I need that point of presence nearest to my location, because these are heavy in nature and you can't send directly over the internet, right? So to do that, there are multiple CDN providers. So if I can search for the CDN providers in India location, so see here, you will get multiple CDN providers, right? So I can just go for this first option. Let me just go for this. So see here, that is not the list. Cloudflare is one of that. Okay, this one. See here, you can see that Akamai, it is on the question mark because it is already having so many CDN providers in all over the world. Okay, so you can't imagine that point of presence here. Okay, but if your users only from Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, and New Delhi, and you wanted to give them the best access without any issues, you want to give them that access, lowest latency, increased speed, you can go for Bunny CDN. So you need to understand from which location your users are coming from, right? So if your users are from Nagpur, New Delhi, Patna, Mumbai, Bhubaneswar, Chennai, Hyderabad, then you can go for the Cloudflare. So they are having their own CDNs at this location, right? So this is what we have, multiple CDNs. So these are only 8 content delivery network famous CDN providers over here. And on the top of that, you can see here that this is a Akamai. Akamai is one of the CDN provider which is having content delivery networks or point of presence servers near to you. When I'm saying that near to you, In a Pune location itself, they have 500 or more than that CDNs. You can see that this is only one in a Mumbai location. This is only seven in a Bangalore, Chennai, and these are the locations for that, right? Only seven. But you can see that if I'm searching for Akamai, CDN network, if I can search for that images, somewhere there, yes, see here. So you can see that these are the locations, and these are not only single location. These are not the server location. Every location have 200 to 500 CDN POPs, point of presence, right? It means you can easily understand that how that network is going all over the world. So that's why Akamai is the uh, famous or the popular CDN provider in a market. So you can choose that. So you can see here in India location itself, they have so many CDNs, right? So like that, this works. So we are not going to create anything on the CDNs right now, right? But this is how it works in the backend. Okay. So this part is done regarding with that load balancers and each and everything. Now, if you want to add, yes, any questions?
ये कितने मतलब टाइम अपना के
What?
टाइमिंग
Timing, it means when you can, when we are closing this session, right?
या रैपिंग
Okay, in 5 minutes, we are just going to talk about the DNS and that's it. We will wrap up.
क्योंकि ये थोड़ा फास्ट हो रहा है सच्ची मतलब कैचअप करने में थोड़ा ये क्या हो रहा है इसलिए
Yeah, okay, I can understand that. Because we have learned so many services. That's why I have not done demonstration on the Syrian. And this is also not part of our 305 or 104, anything, right? So just giving you the heads up for that, I have just given the high level overview. Okay. Now we will go for the domain names, DNS name, right? So whenever we are talking here also we are doing the same thing, high level overview only, right? Whenever we are talking about the DNS zones, so you can create your private DNS zone or you can create your public DNS name, right? Now whenever I am saying that DNS means what? Your google.com, facebook.com, then twitter.com, your this learn.microsoft.com, microsoft.com, those are DNS. tcs.com is DNS. So what we need to do, we need to purchase that DNS from any provider. So there are DNS providers as well, like a GoDaddy. You need to purchase that DNS and then it will generate CNAME, canonical name for you. And that canonical name you need to attach over here. So for example, there is a web application, right? We have the web application. This is by web app, right? It is already having some DNS name like myapp.azurewebsite.net, something like that, right? Now, this is from the Azure point of view. But we can't put these things in front of the users. For users, it might be a facebook.com, it might be a google.com, it might be something like that, DNS name. So what we are going to do, once you purchase the DNS name, so there is a canonical name, and whenever users are accessing this DNS name, for example, facebook.com, right? It is going into the backend and check that what is the CNAME record. What is a CNAME record, which is a canonical name. And that canonical name is attached to this server URL. So like that, this DNS zone will work. Now, whenever we are doing that, if you are working with the emails, Gmail account or the Outlook account or anything, so we need to catch each and everything, audit logs, we need to collect each and everything. So for that, you can create a DNS zone. If you want to do the same thing with your virtual machines, if you want to make sure about that, you are collecting the information and all. So let me just do one thing. Control all. I'm just selecting each and everything. No, it is not working. Control Z, 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 Z. Okay. Control all. No, it's not working. Yuck. Don't want to go on this one, right? Let me just go like this. Close, 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 close. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Hey, done. Okay, let me just close this. Now, whenever we wanted to collect the information, so this is called as a records and we need to collect that records. To do that, we can create a DNS zone. So for example, if I'm going for the RGLB and this is the name, let's put the naming convention as my DNS, something like that. .com like this. Okay, so if I'm putting like this and then review and create, and see here, there is a zone editor. If you want to add any files to add as a text file that contains the details of that DNS name or anything records, you can do that. Simple, I'm not doing too many things. So whoever is working with that DNS, they can easily understand that. Okay. But for others, it is a simple one. If you want to attach your DNS name with your application, you can do like this, or else you can purchase it and then you can attach it. Okay. So see here we have the add record sets, import record sets, right? If you want to understand what is mean by that, you can just go for it, add record sets, and then here there are multiple options. So you can attach, see here, mail exchange record. If you want to collect the mail exchange record, if you want to collect name server records, how many times this request has been added over there. See here, CNAME, link your subdomain to another record. So like that, if you want to collect the records, these are the multiple records are there. Then you can select that records. Then here you need to add the alias record set and then you can just attach it. So like that, you can add your, see here, there is a settings. Let me just go for that. So let me just add this name, my record. Add it. Somewhere we need the option to add our subnets. Yes, from here you can see that you can add the records, right? So these are our records. You can just collect that information for whatever your DNS name is there. And then you can attach this DNS name for your applications. Okay, simple. I will not do any deep dive onto that. Okay, so that's it for today. We are done with our networking part completely. See here, we have done with the virtual network and all these things and extra parts as well. What is mean by the load balancers and what is mean by ESG and each and everything, right? So that's it for the day. Any other questions, team? Yes. Any questions? I know today we have learned so many things. Tomorrow also we will learn so many things. Okay. Just
Today
Mhm.
it means too many things, means too many things.
That's why I told na, networking is too much complicated, but don't worry about it. If you just go through the recording and one by one just follow the steps, one time only, that is enough. you can easily understand that why you are getting this, everything is complicated and it is too much, because less hands-ons, right? So you need to work on your hands-on practices. Once you are doing that, you can easily play with that. So it is like that. Okay.
Okay. No problem.
All right, great. So let me just stop